The world of physics is full of impossible ideas, gravity bending, time slowing, space warping, but none of it felt quite as close to the edge of absurdity as the tiny black hole floating in Dr. Lin Jun's lab.it was supposed to be just another experiment. Another step in the quest to unlock the secrets of the universe. Just a miniaturized version of the kind of black holes that consume stars and galaxies, contained in a vacuum chamber no bigger than a toaster. Yet here Dr. Lin was, staring at the little floating speck, his heart racing as his lab assistant, Zhao Mei, stood by, eyes wide in a mixture of disbelief and a very bad gut feeling. Dr. Lin, in his usual academic fervor, didn't see the danger. He didn't see the black hole's swirling core, pulling in not just light but also every molecule of air around it, threatening to spiral out of control. Instead, he saw opportunity. He saw science. "May, it's working," he exclaimed, his fingers trembling as he adjusted the settings on the control panel. "This is going to change everything. This is how we harness the power of gravity." Zhao Mei, not one to indulge in hyperbole, rolled her eyes. "Sure, document. Just don't blow up the building, okay?" She sipped from a cup of coffee, barely noticing how the air in the room had started to shift. At first, it was subtle. Objects that should have stayed put, like the stack of papers on the corner desk, began to float. A few pens drifted lazily off the desk, as if gravity itself was unsure of what to do. Then, the room seemed to pull toward the black hole, and suddenly the small piece of the universe Dr. Lin had created wasn't just sitting on the table. It was pulling everything toward it, everything except the very person it had been meant for. The doctor. "No!" Dr. Lin shouted, but his voice was already getting lost in the sound of everything floating. He was too late. His chest felt a sudden emptiness, a vacuum as the black hole, against every law of physics he understood, lunged forward and, without ceremony, sucked him in. Zhao Mei let out a sharp cry of panic, jumping back, but it was too late. The miniature black hole had already collapsed into Dr. Lin's body. It was no longer just in the lab. It was inside him. When Dr. Lin finally regained consciousness, his first thought was, "This is the weirdest hangover I've ever had." His head throbbed like a bass drum, and his vision was blurry, but not from alcohol. No, this was something else. Something more. He stood up, reaching for the desk, but his hand hovered in midair before he even made contact. He blinked, disoriented, and looked around. The room had stopped shifting in the gravitational turmoil, but the pull of the black hole still lingered inside him. "May," he called out weakly. "Lin Jun, what the hell did you do?" Zhao Mei's voice was tight, laced with an edge of panic. She looked at him like he was some kind of weird science experiment gone wrong. Which, considering what had just happened, wasn't far off. "You just swallowed a black hole." "I did, what?" His hand shot to his chest, and for the briefest of moments, he thought he could feel something moving inside him, a tug, a gnawing force. "No. No, that's not possible." "Well, maybe not possible, but it sure as hell happened," Zhao Mei snapped back, stepping cautiously toward him. She didn't look afraid exactly. Zhao Mei wasn't the type to panic, but there was something unsettling in her eyes, something that made Dr. Lin pause before reaching for the chair in front of him. His hand pulled the chair toward him instead of simply grabbing it. "What the hell is going on?" he whispered to himself. "Don't ask me. I'm just here for the coffee and the general moral support." Zhao Mei crossed her arms, watching him closely. "But, seriously, if you're going to keep playing with time and space, maybe read a few more of those science papers. The whole swallowing black holes thing sounds like a health risk." "Wait," Dr. Lin muttered to himself. He stood up straighter, as the events of the last few moments began to sink in. He'd swallowed the black hole. It was in him. And now, instead of simply bending light or creating a singularity in a controlled space, he could feel it. A cold, immense weight inside him. A power so great, it felt like it could tear the world apart at any moment. He focused on his hand, concentrating, and with a slight gesture, the gravity around him seemed to shift, drawing his pen and notepad into the air. Zhao Mei watched with a mix of awe and disbelief. Okay, that's new. New? Mei, this is something else, Dr. Lin said, his voice trembling with excitement. His eyes were wide. His mind raced. He could feel the pull of space-time, could sense it. He was controlling it. But how? He reached forward. A book on the nearby shelf drifted into the air, hovering in place as if suspended by an invisible string. For a brief moment, he felt like he was in complete control, that all the countless hours he'd spent studying the theoretical could finally pay off. This wasn't just an accident, it was a breakthrough. But then, something strange happened. As the book hovered, he felt a sharp tug in his chest. His breath hitched as the book began to pull him instead. In a panic, he clenched his fist, trying to control it, but the black hole inside him had a mind of its own. It wasn't just responding to his will, it was beginning to consume everything around him, like a tiny, insatiable monster feeding on his energy, on his concentration. Mei, he yelled. We need to stop it, something's wrong. Zhao Mei quickly ran to his side. What are you talking about? Her tone had shifted from amused to concerned. You're telling me that black hole thing is eating you? It's more than that, Dr. Lin gasped, clutching his chest. I can't control it. The black hole inside him wasn't just in him anymore. It was expanding, spreading its influence, affecting everything in the lab. The air thickened, the walls seemed to bend slightly under the pressure, and for a split second, even the lights above flickered as if the very foundation of spacetime was cracking. Okay, we need to figure this out, Zhao Mei said, her pragmatic side kicking in. You can't go around sucking up the universe like this. Dr. Lin collapsed into a chair, feeling weak. His vision swam, and his heartbeat pounded in his ears. He closed his eyes, trying to regain control. It's too much. I can feel it, pulling everything around me. Well, it's good that you can feel it, Zhao Mei said sarcastically. Maybe you'll feel when the whole damn city starts floating. Dr. Lin clenched his fists, trying to focus his mind. He had to figure this out. Had to. Because if he couldn't, he might just destroy everything in his path. Dr. Lin's chest heaved with every breath, each one feeling tighter than the last. The pressure inside him was growing, a strange sensation as if the very fabric of his body were being stretched, twisted, like space and time had somehow started to unravel within him. He could feel the black hole inside him, an alien presence gnawing at the edges of his consciousness, pulling at everything, the walls, the air, the very space around him. Mei, I can't hold it back, he gasped, clutching the edges of the desk as the room seemed to shift again, objects floating just out of his reach, as though his body was subtly warping the gravity in every direction. It wasn't subtle anymore, it was escalating, becoming chaotic. Zhao Mei was no longer mocking him. She stood next to him, her arms folded tightly across her chest, her face set with an expression he'd never seen before, concern, fear, even a hint of helplessness. This isn't just gravity, Lin Jun. It's more than that. You've got a black hole inside you, for God's sake. The room seemed to tremble as she spoke, like the very ground beneath them was being pulled at by the unseen force that now lived within him. Dr. Lin's heart raced, each beat sending waves of pressure through his veins. He wanted to scream, to tear at his chest and remove whatever had become a part of him, but he couldn't. No matter how hard he tried to concentrate, to contain the force inside him, it only grew stronger. Help me, Mei, he murmured, his voice strained. His hands clenched tighter, but the harder he focused on containing it, the worse it got. I can't control it anymore. It's eating everything around me. I need to get rid of it. If you don't, Zhao Mei interrupted, stepping forward, her voice sharp, it's going to destroy everything. The black hole was pulsing, like a living thing, its gravity rippling outward. His body throbbed with its every fluctuation, like waves crashing against a fragile shore. He felt a pull in his chest again, and without meaning to, the coffee mug on the counter shot toward him, faster than he could react. It collided with his chest with a sickening thud and vanished, just gone, like everything else in the room. "Shit," Zhao Mei muttered, staring wide-eyed at the empty space where the mug had been. Dr. Lin was trembling, every fiber of his being stretched thin. His hands shook, the sensation of bending reality pulling at his skin, like a cosmic tug-of-war was going on inside him. Sweat poured down his face as he fought to maintain control, but each second made it harder. Each second, the black hole inside him ate away at his concentration, at his will. "Zhao Mei," he gasped, his voice frantic. I have to stop it. But it's pulling everything in." Zhao Mei didn't say anything. She just watched him, biting her lip. There was a sadness in her eyes now, and a kind of acceptance, as if she already knew what was coming. She reached into her pocket, pulling out a small handheld device, a compact tablet, the kind Dr. Lin used to sketch out his theories. "I've been looking up some stuff on black holes," she said softly, her voice almost a whisper. "Not to brag, but I read a lot of your papers on this. I know how dangerous this is." She stepped closer. "We can't keep this contained, Lin Jun. This isn't like controlling gravity or manipulating time. You're talking about matter collapsing in on itself." "I know," he whispered, his throat tight. "It's inside me, Mei. It's part of me." Zhao Mei knelt beside him, pulling up a series of diagrams on the tablet. "You're right. The only thing that could reverse this is getting rid of the black hole, completely. But there's no easy way. You have to cut off its access to you." "I've tried, Mei," Dr. Lin said, shaking his head. "I've tried everything. I can't control it. I thought I could, but now," his voice trailed off. He stared at the floating objects, each one caught in the strange, gravitational current that had turned his lab into a warped space. The air felt thin. He could feel his bones creaking under the strain, the way his body was being warped by the intense energy radiating from the singularity inside him. It was pulling at him, pulling at everything. "You can't get rid of it," Zhao Mei said, her voice steady despite the panic building in the pit of her stomach. "Not without making it worse. You're a walking paradox, Lin Jun. If you remove it, you'll collapse. If you let it keep feeding off of you, it'll eat everything." She looked down at the tablet, tapping a few keys. "The only way you'll survive this is if you learn how to balance it." "Balance it?" His voice cracked. "How am I supposed to balance a black hole inside me? I can't even walk across the room without pulling everything to me." Zhao Mei bit her lip, thinking for a long moment. She looked at him, her expression softening. "You've always been a theorist. But theories are useless if you don't test them. You know how to manipulate gravity, Lin Jun. The black hole is just another force in the equation. You need to learn how to control it, not fight it." Dr. Lin's mind reeled. Control it? How could he control something so unstable, something so alien to him? The black hole inside him wasn't just a tool, it was alive, its own insatiable force, and it was hungry. His thoughts were interrupted by another tug in his chest, this one stronger than the others. He gasped as he felt the gravitational pull become unbearable. The walls of the lab seemed to distort, and the floor beneath him creaked as the building itself groaned under the weight of the shifting forces. Zhao Mei jumped to her feet, pulling Dr. Lin's hand. "Come on, we need to get out of here before it spreads. You can't stay in here, not with this thing." She tried to pull him toward the door, but as soon as they moved, the black hole seemed to anchor itself to everything in the room, pulling them both back. The door slammed shut with an almost physical thud, the force of it leaving a sharp ringing in their ears. "I can't," Dr. Lin whispered. "It's too much." He could feel his body straining, his bones and muscles protesting as the gravitational forces in the room twisted around him. He had to stop it. But how? A thought flashed across his mind, one of the theories he'd written in a distant paper years ago. What if he concentrated the pull, focused it all into one singular direction? The problem wasn't the black hole, it was its instability. He had to contain it. Not fight it. He had to contain it. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Lin closed his eyes and focused, gathering every ounce of concentration he had. He pictured the black hole inside him, felt its pull, its cold weight. And, with a single breath, he pushed. The pressure inside him surged as the pull seemed to release its grip for a split second. For the first time since it had entered his body, Dr. Lin felt something like control. "May," he said, his voice hoarse but steady. "It's working. I can feel it. I'm controlling it." Zhao Mei watched him, hesitant but hopeful. "You're sure?" "It's not, no," he whispered. "It's going to be okay." But even as he spoke the words, a part of him wasn't sure. Was it really okay? Would he be able to control it forever, or would the black hole inside him grow until it consumed not just the room, but the city, the world? The uncertainty gnawed at him, but for the first time since this whole nightmare began, Dr. Lin felt something like hope. Dr. Lin could feel the black hole inside him pulsing, but this time, it was different. It wasn't the uncontrollable hunger that had nearly torn him apart. It wasn't the sheer force of gravity pulling everything toward him. This time, there was something like balance, a stillness at the center of the storm, something he could hold on to. He focused on it, willing the force to stay contained. The sensation of being pulled in every direction, of his body being stretched like rubber, was still there, but it was muted, controlled, like a faucet turned just enough to keep the water from flooding over. Zhao Mei watched him, her eyes wide but cautious. She had seen him fail, seen the panic, the desperation. But this was different. This was not the same man who had almost torn apart his own lab just hours ago. This was someone who had learned to master the chaos inside him, or at least to manage it. She was beginning to hope. "You're doing it," she said softly, almost as if she was afraid to speak too loudly. She stepped closer, but even as she did, the air around them felt thick, as though gravity itself was pressing in from all sides. "I can feel it," Dr. Lin whispered. "I think I've figured out how to focus it. Concentrate it. But it's still there. It's still eating." He gritted his teeth as the gravitational force inside him flared up again, more violently this time, as if the black hole was aware of his attempts to control it. His breath caught in his throat, and the lab around them began to tremble once more. Objects shifted, teetered, then hung suspended in mid-air. "I can't keep this up forever," he muttered. "I need to find a way to reverse it. Completely. Or," Zhao Mei grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the door. "We need to get out of here. This place is becoming a disaster zone. We can't let you implode this building, or worse." I'm not going to implode," Dr. Lin said quickly, though there was uncertainty in his voice. "I just need time. I need to stabilize A loud crack interrupted him, followed by the sound of metal twisting, bending under pressure. The walls seemed to buckle as if responding to the pull of his body, the black hole inside him making the very atoms in the room shift. The ceiling light above them flickered violently, its glow distorting. He felt it then, the reality bending again. "No. Get out!" Dr. Lin shouted, his voice raw with panic. His hand shot out instinctively, pushing against the air, trying to contain the gravitational pull. But the black hole's hunger was insatiable, and he could feel the building groaning under the strain. The pressure was too much. Everything around him seemed to want to collapse into nothing. The room was collapsing in on itself, and the force of it was too much to ignore. Zhao Mei pulled him toward the exit, but the hallway beyond the door was already dark. The lights were flickering in a pattern, almost as if the entire structure of the building was buckling, distorting, pulling itself apart. "We've got to get outside," she urged. But Dr. Lin wasn't listening. His chest was heaving, the gravity inside him fluctuating wildly. "It's too dangerous, May," he gasped. "If I go outside like this, I'll take everything with me." "Then what the hell do you expect to do?" Zhao Mei snapped. She tugged him toward the stairs, desperation creeping into her voice. "You can't control this forever. We have to fix it, Lin Jun. And we have to do it now. You need to find a way to remove it. To stop it from getting worse." I know," he muttered through clenched teeth. But his thoughts were racing, each one more jumbled than the last. The black hole inside him was growing stronger, more erratic. It was like a virus, infecting his thoughts, corrupting everything. He couldn't think straight. And then, as if to answer his growing panic, the gravitational pull shifted, and with it came a sudden, overwhelming rush. The very air seemed to warp and stretch. Time slowed in a way that was almost unbearable, like a dream that was stretching too thin. His body felt like it was being pulled in every direction, his skin tugged apart by forces he couldn't understand. He felt himself being yanked back toward the lab, as though everything was slipping into the gravitational pull of the singularity inside him. Zhao Mei screamed as the walls of the building began to bend, the edges of reality itself distorting. "Lin Jun, no." He tried to call out to her, to reassure her, but his voice was lost, carried away by the pressure building in his chest. The black hole was no longer a distant part of him, it had become an extension of everything, his thoughts, his body, his very existence. Dr. Lin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The air around him was thick, crackling with energy. The black hole inside him had breached the limits of his ability to control it. Everything in the lab, everything around him, was starting to collapse under its weight. He could feel the fabric of reality itself beginning to tear. Zhao Mei, now just inches from him, looked at him in horror. "Lin Jun, please. You have to stop this. If you don't, I can't," he shouted, his voice breaking. "I can't hold it. It's inside me, Mei. It's eating me alive." His body shook violently, the pressure inside him causing his chest to seize. But even as his vision blurred, even as his mind felt like it was being pulled apart, Dr. Lin remembered something. A theory. A possibility. Something he'd written in a paper years ago, a possible way to reverse the singularity if it ever became too much. The black hole could be neutralized by creating a counterforce, one strong enough to absorb its energy, to take its mass and negate its effect. It wasn't a guarantee, it wasn't a perfect solution. But it was his only shot. Dr. Lin reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, his hands trembling as he fumbled to open his notes. He found the equation, the solution that had been buried in his theoretical research for so long. He'd never expected to need it, but now, the math was clear. The numbers aligned. "May," he cried, his voice ragged. "I need your help. I need to activate the energy stabilizer. The counterfield, I need it to reverse the energy." Zhao Mei looked at him, eyes wide with disbelief. "What are you talking about? What counterfield?" Dr. Lin didn't have time to explain. He felt the black hole inside him growing more erratic, more dangerous. He could feel the edges of reality beginning to break, the pull of the singularity stretching out further, threatening to devour everything around him. With trembling hands, he guided Zhao Mei to the machine, the one he'd built for emergency containment. The one that would act as the counterforce. Together, they began the sequence, the lights above flickering in time with the increasing pressure. The gravitational force intensified, but Dr. Lin refused to stop. He couldn't activate it, he shouted, his voice strained, each word pushed through clenched teeth. "Activate it now." Zhao Mei hit the button. For a moment, everything went still. The pressure inside him subsided. The gravitational fluctuations ceased. And then, as if by sheer force of will, Dr. Lin felt the black hole retract. The chaos inside him began to calm. The room seemed to breathe again, the walls no longer threatening to collapse, the air no longer suffocating that he fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Zhao Mei stood over him, looking down at him with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. "You did it," she said softly, though her voice trembled. But Dr. Lin didn't answer. He was staring at his hands, at the cold sweat beading on his skin. He could still feel the black hole inside him, still feel its presence. But it was contained, for now, for the first time in what felt like forever, Dr. Lin was able to relax. To breathe. But the truth was, the battle wasn't over. Not yet. The black hole wasn't gone. It was just waiting. Waiting for its next chance, and Dr. Lin knew that as long as it was inside him, there would always be that risk. A ticking time bomb, wrapped in the body of a man who had dared to defy the laws of the universe, but for now, at least, he had one. For now, he had a chance. Alice was never one to do things by the book. As a kid, she'd been the type who tore through her science textbooks, not because she loved following instructions, but because she loved breaking them. Some kids wanted to be astronauts, Alice wanted to be the person who built the rocket. She didn't just imagine the impossible. She tried to make it happen. That's how she ended up in a lab at Crescent View Institute, fiddling with a machine that looked less like something out of a textbook and more like something that belonged in a B-grade science fiction film. It was a mess of wires, buttons, and an oddly glowing sphere at its center, humming like a distant storm. Alice wasn't about to explain it to her colleagues. Half of them were too busy dismissing her theories, and the other half were actively trying to get her thrown out of the lab for being a bit eccentric. But Alice knew better. She knew that time was not the unbreakable force it was made out to be. Time was like clay in the hands of someone who understood it. She just had to figure out how to mold it. The black hole engine, a device designed to manipulate spacetime, was her ticket. It was the culmination of years of research, powered by the most absurd and misunderstood scientific idea she'd ever had. What if she could create miniature black holes to warp the flow of time itself? At least, that was the theory. And the only way to test it was to turn the damn thing on. "Okay, Alice. Let's see if you can make history, or if you'll be the one that gets erased," she muttered to herself, her fingers shaking as she flipped the switch. The engine roared to life. Lights flickered, the hum deepened, and the spherical core at the center of the machine began to pulse. The air around it shimmered, as if reality itself was bending, warping in ways Alice had only dreamed of. She leaned forward, eager to see the results, except nothing happened. Great. Another failure. She wiped her brow with the back of her hand and let out a defeated sigh. But as she turned to walk away, something strange happened. A brief flash of light, a ripple, as if time itself had skipped a beat, then the coffee cup on her desk exploded into pieces. And just as quickly, the pieces reassembled themselves, as if the laws of physics had decided to take a short vacation. Alice blinked, staring at the cup. Okay, not what I was expecting. Then she noticed something even weirder. Her reflection in the lab's glass window didn't move when she did. It stood frozen, mid-sip, while she reached for the control panel. Her breath caught in her throat. This wasn't an illusion. This was real. She stepped forward, and her reflection remained still, like an echo trapped in time. The hair on the back of her neck stood up. "What the hell?" she muttered, then snapped her fingers in front of her reflection. Nothing. Her heart pounded in her chest. Slowly, she looked down at her hands. She could feel the hairs on her arms standing up. She'd done it. She had actually, accidentally, but still, actually, done it. She'd manipulated time. Okay, calm down, Alice said to herself, pacing back and forth. Just, let's think this through. She looked at the wreckage of the coffee cup on the floor. In her mind, she rewound the sequence of events. The cup had shattered, and then, reformed. She stepped back, her mind racing with possibilities. I didn't just fix time. I made it go backward. Her fingers tingled with the power of the realization. She had just bent time, even if it was by accident. Her body buzzed with excitement. All those years of studying, all those hours of theorizing, and now, she was standing at the edge of something impossible, something no one had ever done. But then, there was another pulse. A shimmer in the air. Alice squinted, and before she could process what was happening, the timeline flipped again. This time, it sent her forward in time. She gasped, stumbling backward as she watched a figure appear in the doorway. It was herself, but not the version she knew. This future Alice had short-cropped hair and a tired, drawn expression on her face. She was holding a clipboard and had a look of frustration on her features. Is that me? Alice whispered to herself. The future version of Alice turned to her, surprised, as if she hadn't expected anyone to be in the lab. She looked at Alice in disbelief for a moment, as though scanning her face for recognition. Then, without a word, she turned and walked out of the room, leaving behind only a faint trail of disturbed air. Alice's breath caught in her throat. The future version of herself had just walked past her like it was the most natural thing in the world. She hadn't even noticed her present self standing there. This was beyond what she had imagined. She wasn't just manipulating time, she was interacting with it. Messing with it, bending it. But as she stood there, staring at the door through which her future self had exited, she noticed something that made her heart race in a way that had nothing to do with excitement. The black hole engine was sparking, its lights flickering wildly. A strange sound began to emanate from the device, like a low growl. Alice's eyes widened in fear. She could feel the pull of something, an unseen force, tugging at the edges of her mind. The universe was protesting. She quickly rushed to the console, trying to stabilize the machine, but it was too late. There was a loud, explosive crack as something in the air shifted. The lab around her, her beautiful, meticulous lab, began to warp, the walls bending as if reality itself was coming apart at the seams. No, 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 no. Alice cried, scrambling to shut the engine off. But it didn't listen. It wasn't listening to her. It was making its own rules now. With a terrible lurch, the lab, no, the very fabric of spacetime, fractured. She could hear the walls of reality creaking under the strain. A ripple in the air expanded outward like a shockwave, disintegrating everything in its path. And as it did, Alice's last thought was a singular question. Had she just broken the universe? Alice woke up to an empty lab. The quiet was suffocating, thick with the weight of something gone horribly wrong. She blinked, trying to clear the haze from her eyes. Her head felt heavy, as though she'd been caught in some kind of whirlwind, her body sore and disoriented. Her first instinct was to check the time, but as she glanced at the clock, her stomach dropped. The numbers on the screen didn't match any time she recognized. It was as though time itself had forgotten what it was supposed to be. She stood up slowly, her legs unsteady, and looked around. Her lab was a chaotic mess, papers scattered across the floor, equipment toppled, cables severed. But there was something off about it all. The air felt stale, thick with the weight of lost moments. A sudden realization hit her. I must have done it, she murmured. I broke it. Her fingers trembled as she tried to activate the black hole engine again, but nothing happened. The machine was silent, inert. But in her mind, she could hear it, the echo of its power, the fractured whispers of the universe that had slipped through her fingers. Panic set in. She couldn't just stand there, frozen in time. She had to fix it, had to make it right. Alice took a deep breath. The only way out of this was to control the chaos, to find some kind of balance. She knew that now. But that balance had to come from somewhere. It had to come from her. She had to figure out how to put things back together, and so, she made a promise to herself. She wasn't going to break time again. Not unless it was the only way to fix it. Alice stepped away from the inactive black hole engine, her hands shaking as she tried to focus. It was all so absurd, so out of her control. She had spent years studying time, reading everything there was to know about temporal mechanics, yet here she was, standing in the wreckage of spacetime itself, knowing nothing. She wiped her hands on her lab coat, fingers still trembling. She needed to think clearly, but the anxiety was overwhelming, gnawing at the edges of her mind. What had happened? The rift she'd caused was no small thing. Time wasn't supposed to work like this. It was supposed to be a constant, an ever-present flow that couldn't be bent without consequence, but she had bent it, hadn't she? The proof was there. The future Alice, the cracked reality, the inexplicable void of broken time. Alice felt the pull again, a sensation that made her dizzy. There was something moving around her, like a shadow in the corner of her vision. She had to fix this. She couldn't just stand here, spinning in a broken moment. She needed to make it right, or at least stabilize it before everything collapsed entirely. She looked down at the machine again, but as her eyes fell on it, something strange happened. The machine, still silent, seemed to hum again, faintly this time. Almost like it was calling to her. The light from its core flickered weakly, then brightened and dimmed in rapid succession. Something inside her head clicked, and she knew that the machine wasn't just malfunctioning. It was reacting to her presence, as if it had somehow been bound to her. Alice approached cautiously, her mind racing through possible solutions. The first thing she needed was to figure out how to control it again. She placed her palm flat against the cold surface of the machine, her fingers brushing over the familiar dials and buttons, each one covered in dust and grease from disuse. She needed to re-establish some kind of connection, something to tether her to the machine's power before it completely spiraled out of control, but as soon as her fingers made contact, the air around her seemed to warp. She felt a jolt of energy surge through her, the hum of the machine growing louder, pulling at her thoughts like a magnet. For a second, Alice could see the world around her shift, the lab bending in strange, impossible ways, as if the room itself was folding in on itself. And then everything stopped, the machine fell silent once more, but Alice could feel the time rift in the air, its presence like an invisible weight pressing down on her chest. The black hole engine had stopped, just like it had when she first activated it, before everything spiraled into chaos. But now, she realized, it was no longer just a machine. It was a part of her. The more she used it, the more it adapted to her, its power linked to her own emotions, her state of mind. Her pulse quickened. She'd been a fool. She couldn't just keep forcing things. The universe didn't work like this. She'd known the risks, but had never anticipated the sheer scale of the consequences. Time was fragile, and here she was, on the precipice of destroying it all. Alice's mind raced as she tried to consider her options. She could jump forward again, try to see what happened in the future and perhaps figure out a solution. But what if she only made things worse? What if every attempt to fix it only deepened the rift? No, jumping ahead was not the answer. She needed to stop using the black hole engine, to sever her connection to it somehow. But how? A sound broke her concentration. A soft creak from the doorway. Alice turned sharply, her breath catching. A figure stepped into the lab. It was her, again, but not the Alice she knew. This version was dressed in worn clothes, her face pale and drawn, eyes wide with the same panic Alice had felt when everything first went wrong. Is this it? The other Alice asked, her voice hollow and full of dread. Is this where it all ends? What are you talking about? Alice took a step back. Who are you? The other Alice's lips twisted into a bitter smile. I'm you. I'm the version of you that couldn't fix it. The one who didn't get out in time. She glanced at the machine with a mix of reverence and fear. You don't get it, do you? You can't fix time. Every time you try, you make it worse. You can't undo what's already been broken. You're caught in the loop now. There's no way out. Alice shook her head, her mind spinning. I can fix it. I have to. I have to fix this. The future Alice stared at her for a long moment, the silence hanging between them like a dark cloud. Then, with a sad, resigned sigh, she spoke again. I thought I could too. But time isn't something you control. It's something you live with. You'll learn that soon enough. You'll break yourself trying to fix everything. Stop! Alice shouted, her voice cracking with frustration. She took a step forward, hands shaking with the weight of everything she was trying to understand. There has to be a way. I can't let it all fall apart. I can't let it all unravel like this. The future Alice remained still, her eyes hard as stone. Then what will you do, huh? Keep jumping, keep meddling? What happens when there's nothing left to fix? What happens when time just stops? Alice stared at the machine, the familiar hum of it now a low, ominous growl, as if it were mocking her. She didn't know what to do. The future Alice had warned her, but all Alice could see was the wreckage she'd caused. The rift was real. It was growing. And if she didn't do something about it, there would be no future left to save. A thought struck her. What if there was a way to undo the damage without erasing herself from the timeline altogether? She couldn't just let the black hole engine control everything. There had to be a way to reverse the rift. To make it right, to stop the fracture before it spread too far. She couldn't give up. Alice stepped back from the machine, her mind working at lightning speed, processing the calculations, the equations, the paradoxes that had all been flooding into her consciousness. She had to isolate the rift, sever it from the machine's energy. If she could manage to control the pull, the gravitational force, she could reverse the anomaly. It was risky, so risky that she wasn't even sure if it would work. But it was the only option she had left. Her fingers hovered over the controls, each one a delicate decision, each button a possible unraveling of everything she'd worked for. She adjusted the dials, shifting the balance of power, hoping that her understanding of the physics involved was enough. But as she made the final adjustment, a terrible, screeching sound filled the room, and the black hole engine surged to life again. This time, the room itself seemed to ripple, as if the very air was tearing apart. Alice didn't hesitate. She threw herself into the machine's center, pressing her hands against the core, forcing it to stabilize. Her body shuddered as the pressure mounted, as the time rift began to collapse inward. The space around her twisted, and for a moment, she could see it all, glimpses of past, present, and future, all bleeding into each other in a swirling vortex. Then, with a final, deafening crack, everything stopped. The machine fell silent once more, its humming fading into nothingness. The air felt still, the world around her solid once again. Alice collapsed to her knees, exhausted and shaking, but the rift was gone. The timeline was stable. She could still feel the weight of the consequences, though, like a heavy cloak draped over her shoulders. The future Alice had been right, time wasn't something she could control. It was something she had to accept. But as Alice looked up, her vision clearing, she knew one thing for certain: she'd made the choice to protect time. And that was enough. Alice felt her chest heave with a mix of relief and exhaustion as the last ripples of spacetime faded away. The lab was eerily still now, the only sound the faint hum of the black hole engine, still dimmed but no longer a threat. Time felt normal again, linear, quiet, and contained within its proper boundaries. She stood slowly, her body aching as though she'd just run a marathon. Sweat slicked her brow, and her hands were still trembling from the force of her desperation. But as she looked around, she realized that nothing was as it should be. The machine was silent. That was the only word for it, silent. She couldn't hear the faint hum of its power anymore, the deep and constant rumble it had carried before, no matter how much she adjusted the dials. The black hole engine was dead. It was as if, in her final desperate act to control it, she had drained it of everything that made it work, and now it was just an empty husk, a relic of its once godlike power. Alice ran her fingers through her hair and took a few slow, deliberate steps toward the now useless machine. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. All those years of work, all the theory and effort she'd poured into this project, gone. The machine had been her life's obsession, a tool she thought would revolutionize the understanding of time itself. But now, it was just a failed experiment. A catastrophe, yet, deep down, there was still a part of her that refused to give in to defeat. She had done it. She had repaired the rift, stabilized time. Against all odds, she had fixed the most catastrophic error she'd ever made. She couldn't let herself forget that. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden whir of the door's hinges, creaking open. She turned toward the sound, a reflexive tension rushing through her veins. Standing in the doorway was the last person Alice expected to see. It was herself, but this Alice wasn't a future version, nor the one she had just spoken to. No, this one was younger, her face bright and full of possibility, as though she hadn't yet known the weight of all the time-shattering decisions Alice herself had just experienced. This Alice had that eager, wide-eyed optimism that came with first-year graduate students. The kind of optimism that Alice herself had long since buried under layers of skepticism and caution. The young Alice stepped into the room, glancing around, her eyes wide with confusion. I thought this place was empty. Are you the new intern? Alice opened her mouth but didn't speak immediately. She just stared at her younger self, taking in the fresh-faced innocence that seemed to radiate from her. She had to swallow the lump in her throat before she could respond. Intern? No. I'm you. The younger Alice frowned, tilting her head. Me? That's impossible. I'm not. She looked at the black hole engine, still dormant but somehow ominous in its stillness. Wait a second. What is this place? Alice didn't know how to explain. How could she? Her mind was still trying to process the kaleidoscope of temporal fragments she'd been forced to experience. The younger Alice hadn't even been born when the machine was first conceptualized. She shouldn't have been here. And yet here she was, a glitch in the timeline, walking into the very lab Alice had just saved. The older Alice struggled for the words. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have seen this. Seen what? The younger Alice's gaze flitted nervously over the machine and then back to her older self. What did you do? What happened to the lab? Why is everything broken? Alice couldn't answer her. Not directly. She had spent too much time already playing with the rules of time. To explain the gravity of what had happened would only risk unraveling the fabric of reality again. And yet, she realized that this moment, this meeting with her younger self, couldn't be ignored. If the younger Alice stayed here, if she somehow became involved in what had already transpired, it could create an entirely new kind of paradox. The sound of her younger self's voice, full of curiosity, echoed in Alice's mind. You shouldn't be here. But that's when it hit her. The younger Alice wasn't the one causing the issue. She wasn't even supposed to be a part of it at all. The timeline had already been altered once. Maybe twice. But if Alice didn't fix this new fracture, things could escalate again. You can't stay here, Alice said, her voice firm, even though the words sounded hollow in her ears. This isn't your time. The younger Alice blinked, looking bewildered. What do you mean? I'm just doing research. I haven't even started yet. I don't know what this machine is, but, no, Alice said, cutting her off. You're not supposed to be here. You can't. A surge of panic gripped her chest. The lab started to blur at the edges of her vision, and the world around her seemed to tilt on its axis again. She could feel it, the pressure, the tugging sensation. Another rift, another distortion in time. But it wasn't just the lab now, it was both the lab and her younger self, both of them bound to the same moment. Everything was coming undone again. No, 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 Alice whispered, the reality around her warping in slow motion. The younger Alice remained frozen, unsure of what was happening. Then it happened. The younger version of Alice took a step forward, oblivious to the impending collapse, and everything shattered. The lab around them fractured into a blur of overlapping time and space, like a broken mirror. Alice tried to grab her younger self, but it was too late. The younger Alice's face twisted in confusion as the edges of the room blurred. Time itself seemed to tear apart, splitting into fragments she wasn't even sure existed. The edges of the black hole engine pulsed like a heartbeat, and Alice could feel the machine thrumming beneath her fingers as if alive once more. She realized the truth too late. This wasn't just about fixing time. This was about controlling it, restraining it. Every action she took, every moment she altered, reverberated across the fabric of the universe, leaving cracks in its wake. She had become a part of the machine, a gear in the cosmic clock, and now, that clock was ticking faster, more erratically than ever before. Stop! Alice screamed, reaching for the black hole engine. She slammed her hand down on the activation button, hoping to stabilize the rift, but as she did, everything turned white. There was a sudden, deafening silence. Alice blinked and rubbed her eyes. The lab was quiet. Completely still. Her mind reeled with the realization that she wasn't in the same place anymore. She had moved, shifted again, but this time, there was no chaos. No distortion. The lab was peaceful. Slowly, she turned around, and for the first time since everything had started to go wrong, she found herself standing in a future version of the lab, a version she recognized. One where everything had gone right. The black hole engine was neatly calibrated, the equipment was undisturbed, and there was a calm certainty in the air. And then, standing before her, was her future self. Not the worn, broken version that had warned her. This Alice was whole, centered, calm. The future Alice smiled softly. You made it, didn't you? Alice swallowed hard, her heart heavy with both triumph and sorrow. I think I did. But the future Alice's smile faltered. You know, it's never truly fixed. It's only a temporary solution. Time is fragile, and you can't keep bending it forever. Alice nodded slowly, a faint understanding dawning on her. The rift was healed, for now. But it wasn't the end. Time would always be an enigma, something to be studied, but never fully understood or controlled. I know, she whispered. But maybe, just maybe, I can live with that. Noah Fong had always been the kind of engineer who made people wonder whether he was brilliant or simply insane. Today, however, as he stood in front of a massive group of investors, engineers, and journalists, it wasn't his usual antics that would leave everyone wondering. It was the giant metal cube hovering over his head. Introducing the Gravitomover 3000. Noah grinned as he flung both hands wide in a dramatic flourish. The investors, sitting in sleek chairs arranged in the gleaming conference room of Transform Dynamics, exchanged uncertain glances. He could tell they were still processing the very concept of a machine that would manipulate gravitational forces. Though it sounded like something out of a sci-fi novel, Noah had spent the last 2 years perfecting it. Today, it would be the centerpiece of the company's latest breakthrough. He wasn't worried. He was used to this. His track record with outlandish inventions was 50-50, half of them worked in revolutionized industries, the other half ended up in the dumpster, most of them just short of exploding. But this? This was different. He felt it in his bones. This was the one that would not just change the world of construction, it would dominate it. Gravity manipulation? No big deal. Just a tiny, manageable thing that could lift entire buildings in a single motion, eliminate the need for cranes, bulldozers, and all the noisy, dusty machinery that made the construction industry a pain in the ass. With a single push of a button, Noah activated the device, a humming were filling the air. The room went still. The giant cube, sitting perfectly still just seconds before, began to float, rising off the ground by several feet. Noah's grin grew wider as the audience gasped. It worked. It really worked. See that? Noah said, voice booming. No cables, no hydraulics, just pure manipulation of gravitational fields. He winked at a nervous-looking young engineer standing by the machine. Lift it higher, Charlie. Let's show them what she can really do. Charlie hesitated, glancing at the control panel. You sure, Noah? It's a little, lift it. Noah said with a dramatic snap of his fingers. Charlie, caught up in Noah's infectious enthusiasm, pressed the button with trembling fingers. The cube shot upward, faster than expected, like a rocket breaking free of its restraints. The crowd murmured in awe. But just as quickly as it rose, it dropped, fast, too fast. There was a moment where it hung in the air, as though suspended in some magical, impossible state, and then, crash, it slammed into the floor, shattering into jagged metal shards. There was a moment of stunned silence before the investors erupted into gasps and murmurs of disbelief. A woman at the front table stood up, eyes wide. Mr. Fong, what was that? Noah blinked, his grin still plastered on his face. He hadn't expected it to fall quite that hard, but then again, he was just a little too enthusiastic sometimes. He waved his hand dismissively. A minor setback. It's the way the gravitational flux matrix interacts with the metal casing. A small hiccup. You know, just a minor recalibration, that's all. Not a big deal. The cube wasn't built to last anyway. Just a demonstration, right, Charlie? Charlie, looking even more panicked now, managed a weak smile. Right. Just a prototype. Noah turned back to the crowd, raising both hands in mock surrender. See? You can't have the future without a few broken eggs, am I right? Now, let's talk real progress here. What we're looking at is the future of engineering, instant construction. He gestured to the wreckage of the cube, still glowing slightly from the failed experiment. Imagine it, no more need for steel beams to be lifted by cranes or workers to scramble around, no more waiting on long deadlines or equipment delays. With this technology, we could have entire skyscrapers built in a matter of days, not months. The impossible becomes possible. A few investors were nodding, cautiously intrigued, but the mood in the room had shifted. They weren't convinced. Noah could feel it. He'd have to pull out all the stops to get them back. That's not the best part, Noah said, holding up a finger as if the best part was some great secret. You see, this, he motioned to the now ruined cube, is the old way of doing things. The real magic is in how we're manipulating gravity, how we're controlling it from the inside. I've been working on something new, a whole new level of gravitational force. Noah took a deep breath. He had to be careful here. He wasn't exactly sure what had happened to him in the lab 2 weeks ago, but he knew it was the key. Something had shifted inside him. Something he couldn't explain. But that night, as he inhaled those particles in the lab, he'd felt a spark of something that had made him feel like a god. His eyes gleamed with something far more dangerous than science. We're about to push the boundaries of engineering into the unknown, Noah continued. I'm talking about, wait for it, personal gravity manipulation. Imagine every single one of you in this room walking around, each of you capable of manipulating the world around you with nothing but your minds, your hands. A new kind of force, capable of reshaping reality itself. One of the investors, an older man with graying hair and a skeptical expression, raised an eyebrow. Mr. Fong, you're telling me you can control gravity? Just like that? Not just control, sir, Noah said, moving closer to the table, his voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. I can bend it, reshape it, pull it and push it with nothing more than thought. With practice, you could move mountains. I can show you. The room fell silent. Noah looked around, knowing he had them now. The investment, the patents, it was all within reach. All he had to do was convince them that he was the answer to all their problems, but that was when things started going wrong. Noah didn't notice at first, lost in his vision of grandeur, but then he felt it. A pull. A subtle tug on his shirt sleeve, followed by an almost imperceptible shift in the room's atmosphere. Someone, was being drawn toward him. And not just that, everything around him started to bend, ever so slightly. "Wait a second," Noah muttered, pulling back, his heart racing. "That's not supposed to." Before he could finish, his chair yanked back with a sudden force. He stumbled, reaching out, and to his shock, the entire conference table began shifting toward him. A pile of paperwork was sucked off the desk, floating aimlessly in the air, as chairs scraped across the floor. The investor screamed, diving to the sides in panic that it was the black hole. His black hole, the particle he'd inhaled earlier, wasn't just a new kind of energy, it was something much more dangerous. His mind raced. The gravity inside him wasn't just in his control. It was expanding, growing in ways he couldn't yet understand. Everything in the room was drawn to him, sucked by his uncontrollable gravitational pull. "Noah!" Charlie yelled, "Shut it down. The machine, it's not working, the system's overloading." But Noah didn't hear him. He was too focused on the growing force inside him, the dark, insatiable power that seemed to want to swallow everything whole. In an instant, the room was a blur of falling objects, screaming investors, and the harsh sound of metal scraping against the floor. Noah's heart pounded. What had started as an experiment to revolutionize construction was now spiraling into chaos. The black hole inside him had grown too powerful, and it was pulling everything into its insatiable maw. He needed to stop it. But the more he tried to control it, the more everything spiraled out of control. Noah's heart hammered against his chest as he watched his surroundings begin to twist, like a scene from a nightmare. Chairs, tables, and pieces of machinery all rose into the air, sucked toward him as though he were some sort of gravitational epicenter. His own body felt heavy, and his stomach churned as though he were standing at the center of a storm. The black hole inside him, the particle that had somehow latched onto his soul, was growing more and more uncontrollable by the second. "Noah! Stop it!" Charlie shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the deafening sounds of the chaos unfolding. The walls of the room creaked, the floor groaned, and a large metal support beam from across the room began to inch its way toward Noah like an enormous magnet had just turned on. He staggered backward, his hand gripping the edge of the table in a futile attempt to steady himself. The more he focused on trying to control it, the worse it became. The power was too much. The investors, those who hadn't already ducked under desks or scrambled toward the exit, were shouting, some of them helplessly flailing, others frozen in terror. He could see their faces, wide-eyed, mouths open, as if the very idea of gravity could be undone in an instant had shattered the foundations of the rational world. "Noah!" Charlie's voice broke through the cacophony again. "You need to shut it down." But Noah couldn't. He couldn't let it go. Not when it was all just beginning, when he had barely scratched the surface of this new ability. It was too beautiful, too powerful, a force so raw and pure that it was tempting him to embrace it fully. He could control the future. He could control everything. Why would he stop? The growing pull around him intensified. A metal chair spun through the air like a flying saucer, slamming into the side of the conference room's glass window with an ear-shattering crash. That was enough to snap him back to reality. The last thing he needed was to be remembered as the guy who turned a building into rubble in the name of progress. He swallowed hard, forcing his focus back to the task at hand. Calm down, he told himself. Control it. But the black hole inside him was far beyond his control, and it had a hunger he had not foreseen. It wasn't just objects that were being pulled into him anymore. His own body was beginning to feel the pull. His arms felt heavier, his legs like lead. He could see the floor rippling in small waves as though it, too, were becoming part of the swirling vortex within him. And then, it happened. His hand, which had been gripping the desk, was yanked away, his entire body now being drawn toward the center of the room, where the gravitational anomaly had fully taken hold. "Help!" he gasped, though he wasn't sure if anyone could even hear him over the growing hum of the gravitational pull. Jenna, his assistant, the one person who had always been more practical than the rest of his team, had been standing by the door, and she was already rushing toward him. Her hands moved swiftly, pulling at his arm as if she could somehow pull him out of this madness. But it was too late. The pull was too strong. "Noah, you've got to let go," Jenna cried, her voice strained with panic. Her normally calm demeanor was now frayed, and the fear in her eyes was palpable. She tried to grab his other hand, but the force kept pulling them closer, like they were both being sucked into the very fabric of the earth itself. With one last desperate effort, Noah gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, willing himself to stop. But the black hole inside him was like a living thing, an all-consuming void that wasn't just part of his body anymore, it was his body. He wasn't sure if it was his will or the gravitational force acting on him, but something in his mind snapped. He couldn't breathe. His chest tightened as if the air itself was being sucked out of the room, and then, with a sickening lurch, everything went dark. When Noah came to, it wasn't to the usual office setting or the wreckage of the demonstration room. No, what he saw was far more terrifying. He was lying on a cold concrete floor, staring up at a single, flickering light above him. It took a moment for his brain to catch up with his body. He was lying down, but that wasn't what was wrong. What was wrong was the sickening weight in his stomach, the unmistakable feeling of too much weight. He shot up to a sitting position, his heart racing. Everything was still. Too still. The weight in his chest seemed to be pulsing, an aftershock of the force inside him that hadn't quite dissipated. He looked around, everything was dark, and yet, somehow, there was a faint glow from above. It was like being trapped in the middle of some kind of void. "Noah? Are you okay?" Jenna's voice broke through the haze. She was standing a few feet away, looking at him with a mixture of concern and caution, as though he might suddenly collapse into some kind of singularity and drag her down with him. Noah blinked, trying to clear the fog from his brain. "What? Where are we?" Jenna stepped closer, her eyes narrowing. "We're in the lab." "Well, what's left of it," she said grimly. She motioned to the debris scattered around them, the twisted remnants of metal and concrete from the building's upper floors. You broke something, Noah. Something big. Everything's been pulled into, well, you." Noah's hands instinctively went to his chest, feeling the strange, heavy pressure inside him. He could still feel the black hole, but it wasn't the same. It was as if it had stretched and expanded, now consuming not just objects, but parts of his own body, his entire sense of self. He wasn't sure if he could ever separate himself from it. The sensation of power was intoxicating, but he had no idea how much longer he could keep it contained. "I didn't mean to," he muttered, his voice a hollow whisper. "I didn't know what I was doing." You thought you could control it," Jenna interrupted, her voice cold. "And look where that got us." He looked at her then, really looked at her for the first time since the incident had started. The fear in her eyes had morphed into something else, something deeper. It was disappointment. Disappointment in him, the one person she thought she could trust. The one person who was supposed to have all the answers. I didn't mean for this to happen. I thought it was powerful. I thought it could change everything." "You've changed everything, all right," Jenna said bitterly. "You've just set us all up for disaster. The whole city's in danger. And you're the one who's going to have to fix it." Noah swallowed hard. He didn't know how to respond. How could he? How could he possibly explain to her, or anyone, that he had become something else entirely? That he was no longer just Noah Fong, the engineer. He was something else, something that couldn't even be contained by his own skin. He tried to rise, but his legs felt weak, like he was dragging concrete behind him. His thoughts were racing, his mind screamed for solutions, but all he could hear was the low hum of the gravitational pull. It wasn't just affecting objects anymore, it was affecting everything. His very presence had become a black hole in itself. Jenna, his voice faltered, but he didn't know what else to say. I know, Jenna replied, her voice softer now. I know. But we need to fix it. Now. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Noah realized she was right. He couldn't ignore this. Not anymore. Not if he wanted to live, or to save anyone else. That he closed his eyes, trying to gather the remnants of his thoughts. He could feel it still, inside him, pulsing, waiting to explode. He had to figure this out, before it was too late. Before it was already too late, Noah could feel the weight of the world pressing in on him. Not just from the black hole inside his chest, but from the knowledge that the more time he spent trying to figure out what was happening, the worse it became. His body trembled as though it couldn't decide whether to fight the force within or give in to it completely. He stood, staggering a bit as he rose to his feet. His head was swimming, and his legs felt like they might buckle beneath him at any moment. Jenna was still watching him closely, her eyes never leaving his face. She wasn't the kind of person to show fear easily, but Noah could see it in her posture, the way her arms were folded tight against her chest as though she was bracing herself for something far worse than the wreckage around them. Noah, she said slowly, cautiously, as if testing the waters, we need to contain this. If it keeps growing, he didn't need her to finish the thought. The black hole inside him had already started pulling in everything nearby, the air, the walls, the steel beams. It was like an invisible force field had been created, and everything within a certain radius was slowly being pulled toward him, drawn into the power he could no longer control. I know, he whispered hoarsely. His throat was dry, and his voice felt thin, like it didn't belong to him. He looked around. The lab was still in ruins, the floor buckling and groaning as objects slowly moved toward him. Parts of the ceiling had collapsed, and metal fragments floated in the air like some grotesque version of zero gravity. But it wasn't just the debris that had been affected, it was everything. The very atmosphere felt wrong. The air itself seemed too thick, as though gravity had taken on a life of its own. What are we going to do? Jenna asked, taking a tentative step closer. Noah shook his head. He didn't have an answer. He had no clue how to fix this, no idea how to shut down the power inside him. If he even could. It had grown so rapidly, so unexpectedly, that he was no longer sure where the boundary between himself and the black hole ended. What if it never stopped? What if it was him now, pulsing in his chest like some kind of living star, consuming everything in its path? Jenna, he stopped himself. His words felt empty. I don't know what to do. I can't stop it. I thought I could control it, but now. She didn't interrupt, but her eyes softened. She took another step closer, her hands reaching out as if she wanted to touch him but didn't know if she should. Noah, she said gently, you're going to figure this out. We'll figure it out together. You can't just give up. You've gotten this far. He closed his eyes, clenching his fists at his sides. She was right. He couldn't give up. He had to stop it. He had to find a way to fix it. He took a slow breath, willing himself to focus. The pull was still there, like a gnawing presence, constantly threatening to swallow everything whole. But there was something else, too. A flicker of clarity in the chaos. It was faint, buried beneath the growing storm of gravity, but it was there. A whisper of thought. A memory of how he had first controlled it. The gravitational field. The machine. He turned his head toward the shattered remnants of the Gravitomover 3000. Pieces of it were scattered around the lab, some embedded in the walls, others half buried in rubble. A few wires were still sparking, some of the lights still flickering dimly. If he could just reach it, if he could get the device working again, maybe he could stabilize the force inside him. Maybe it could work like it was supposed to, only this time, For him, not against him. Jenna must have read his mind. "You're thinking about the machine," she said. It wasn't a question. She knew him too well. "Yeah." He exhaled sharply. "I'm thinking that if we can get the reactor working, maybe we can contain the black hole. There's a chance it can stabilize the energy." Jenna didn't look convinced, but she nodded anyway. "And if it doesn't?" He didn't have an answer to that. All he could think about was the weight in his chest, the slow, agonizing pull on his body, and how every second he hesitated might make it worse. "We don't have a choice," he said, his voice strained. "We need to try. Now." Jenna took a deep breath, then moved quickly, pulling over a few large pieces of debris to make space. She cleared away the rest of the rubble with surprising efficiency, her movements sharp and focused. She was still scared, but she was a problem solver, the kind of person who kept her head in a crisis. That was why she was here. Why she was by his side. Noah joined her, crouching beside the wreckage of the Gravitomover 3000. He brushed aside some of the debris, his fingers numb from the strain. He could feel the pull, even here, as though the black hole inside him was growing hungrier. Pieces of metal were floating toward him, drawn by the gravitational force he could no longer suppress. "Careful," Jenna said, noticing a piece of jagged metal creeping closer to him. "That's a sharp one." Noah barely noticed, his mind consumed with the task at hand. He had to focus. He could do this. He had to. "Here," he said, lifting a panel from the wreckage. "This is the graviton core. If I can just reroute the energy." His hands were shaking as he worked, his fingers clumsy and slow. The black hole inside him was pulling at the equipment, warping it in ways it shouldn't. The metal pieces around them were beginning to float more quickly now, like they were racing toward the vortex inside Noah's chest. He gritted his teeth. Concentrate. Focus. He wasn't going to let this destroy everything. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he managed to connect a few wires, spark a small burst of energy from the reactor core. The hum of the machine flickered back to life. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, the gravitational force shifting ever so slightly. He wasn't sure if it was a good sign or a bad one. "What did you do?" Jenna asked, her voice tight. "I rerouted the energy," he said through gritted teeth. "It might stabilize the..." Before he could finish, the lab groaned. The floor buckled again, this time much more violently. A massive piece of concrete ripped free from the ceiling and flew toward them, too fast for Noah to react. It was larger than anything else that had been pulled into the vortex, and its weight would crush them both if it reached them. Noah barely had time to think before he reached out instinctively, his hand raised. For a brief, terrifying moment, he thought he might not be able to stop it. Then, at the last second, a sharp tug. The concrete slowed, hovering in midair just inches from his chest, as though held by an invisible hand. The gravitational field had shifted just enough for him to control it. "Okay," Noah whispered, breathing heavily. "Okay. We can still fix this." But as he lowered the concrete back down gently, he realized something was wrong. The black hole inside him had shifted. It wasn't just the lab that was affected now, it was the entire building. The walls groaned as if they, too, were being pulled in. Noah could feel the pressure building, as if the entire structure was bending toward him, like a giant metal coil slowly tightening around a spring. He looked at Jenna. Her face had gone pale, her eyes wide. "Noah," she said quietly, her voice trembling. "It's getting worse, isn't it?" Noah nodded grimly. He had been hoping, praying, that the machine would stabilize things, but now he realized that he hadn't done enough. The gravitational pull was only growing, pulling everything inside him toward an inexorable center. He was more than just a man now. He was a living singularity, a black hole in human form. He couldn't control it anymore. It was controlling him. And there was nothing at all, that could stop it. The building around them began to crack, and in that instant, Noah knew, there was no turning back. It was late afternoon in the cluttered, dimly lit lab of Dr. Mark H. Peterson, a man who had long made peace with being an oddity in the world of theoretical astronomy. A small, somewhat overlooked figure in the vast field of science, he was known for being eccentric, perpetually disheveled, and borderline obsessive in his research. His colleagues, when they remembered his name at all, called him the space nut behind his back. He didn't mind much. In fact, he often found their underestimation of him hilarious. He adjusted the thick black-framed glasses perched precariously on his nose and leaned forward over the microscope, squinting at the data on the screen. The digital readout flickered intermittently. A small, seemingly insignificant object, a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things, had caught his attention. It was the result of an experiment he'd been conducting for months, a miniaturized black hole particle. "You're so small, I could crush you with a sneeze," Mark muttered to himself. He wasn't talking to anyone, just the usual way he talked to his work. His voice echoed in the quiet of the lab. "But I'll be damned if you're not full of possibilities." A particle, no bigger than the tip of a pin, was rotating in the lab's makeshift containment field, a device he had cobbled together from spare parts and the remnants of a dozen failed experiments. Mark's work, while unconventional, had always fascinated him. Most people looked at black holes and saw destruction, the end of everything, a singularity that devoured all that ventured too close. But Mark had always been more optimistic, perhaps naively so. "Maybe you're the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe," he said aloud, tapping at the holographic screen in front of him. "I wonder what would happen if—" He didn't finish his sentence. There was a faint whirring sound, and the particle began to pulsate. Mark frowned, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. The containment field, which should have been steady, began to flicker, a subtle distortion in space and time growing around the particle. His heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong, something was very wrong. Before he could react, the particle surged forward, and in an instant, it shot toward him. "Shit," he yelped, backing away, but it was too late. The black hole particle flew straight into his open mouth, swallowed like a peanut down the throat of an unsuspecting giant. Mark staggered backward, grasping at his throat in disbelief. His breath came in sharp gasps as the tiny black hole settled inside him, its gravitational field no longer contained. For a moment, everything seemed to stop. The lab grew unnervingly quiet, the hum of machines fading into nothingness. Mark blinked rapidly. His vision blurred, then sharpened again, and something was different. Something was wrong, but there was no time to figure it out. He stumbled toward the door, thinking he needed to leave the lab. But his hand was floating, suspended in midair. Mark stared at it in stunned confusion. His fingers weren't just floating, they were moving against the pull of gravity. He reached out, a sensation of weightlessness trickling up his arm as if it had been severed from the rest of his body. Slowly, he lifted his other hand. It too defied gravity, floating upwards like a balloon released into the wind. "What the hell is happening?" Mark whispered, now completely motionless in the middle of the lab, suspended in an invisible grip. It wasn't until the disembodied chair beside him began to drift upwards that it occurred to him, he was the cause of this. He blinked again. The chair hovered, rotated gently, and then drifted lazily to the corner of the lab. Mark didn't know whether to laugh or scream. The latter seemed more appropriate. The scientific part of his brain went into overdrive, but it didn't offer any solutions. He couldn't explain this. He could only feel it, the pull of the black hole particle in his body, twisting space, distorting time. His heart thudded in his chest. He wasn't just messing around with the laws of physics anymore, he had become an unwilling participant in a new kind of reality. Something that he had only dreamed of in his wildest theories was happening to him in the most unexpected, and possibly deadly, way. Mark's first instinct was to control it, to master it. He stretched out a hand, and with a thought, the pens on his desk began to hover, circling like small planets in the gravitational field he unknowingly wielded. A laugh bubbled up in his throat, though it was half panic. "I'm a god," he said, and then, for the briefest second, the horror of the situation set in. He wasn't a god. He was a man who had accidentally swallowed a black hole. He wasn't the master of his fate. He was something else. Something that could slip away at any moment, but for now, he had control. Mark concentrated, trying to move a stack of papers. They rose, the corners twitching upward in the air. A wave of excitement coursed through him. It was like magic, but real. He was controlling gravity, reversing it, bending it to his will. It didn't last. Within seconds, everything around him began to feel wrong. The room warped. The walls pressed in, breathing like they were alive. A low hum vibrated in the air, a sound he could feel in his bones. The gravity wasn't just reversing in the physical sense, it was bending reality itself, distorting the world around him. Mark's breath quickened as the sensation intensified. Was it the black hole? Was it him? He could feel his very consciousness beginning to fracture as the space around him warped and twisted, faster and faster. He had no time to react before he felt his body lurch. The force of it sent him tumbling backward, his legs giving way, his arms flailing. The gravitational pull was no longer under his control. "Stop," Mark gasped. "Please, stop." But the more he resisted, the more the force intensified. A sudden dizziness overwhelmed him, like the universe was tilting sideways. He clutched his head, feeling like his mind was being sucked into a black void, the gravity, his own gravity, pulling him deeper and deeper into the unknown. He had to get out, but his body was no longer obeying him. He couldn't even stand, much less run, and then, everything went black. When Mark came to, the world was an endless expanse of swirling blackness. It felt like he was suspended in some kind of void, a pocket of nothingness where sound and light had been sucked into an abyss, leaving only silence. His body felt detached, weightless, floating in a way that was neither comforting nor natural. He tried to move his arms, but there was no resistance. No sensation at all. It was as if his limbs no longer existed in the physical sense, just vague extensions of his will, without substance. A thrum pulsed in the distance, faint at first, then growing louder, more insistent. It felt like the heartbeat of something larger, something incomprehensible. Mark squinted, or at least tried to, though his vision didn't seem to function in the usual way anymore. Everything was abstract, like looking at the world through a fogged-up window. "Am I dead?" Mark whispered, the words feeling unfamiliar in his mouth, as if his vocal cords were no longer entirely his own. His thoughts were sluggish, disconnected, as if they were being pulled apart by invisible forces. The black hole, his black hole, had done something to him, something that no theory or equation could explain. He could feel it. It was inside him, beyond his reach, but ever present. The more he tried to grasp it, the further it receded, like a shadow in the corner of his mind. Slowly, cautiously, he began to push against the emptiness. There was something pulling at him, a force, something familiar but indescribable. It wasn't gravity in the traditional sense. It was a warping, a bending of reality, something that tugged at his very consciousness. He tried to remember what had happened, but the memory felt distant, like a dream he couldn't quite recall. A lab. The black hole particle. His mouth. Swallowed. How? Why? The questions tumbled through his mind like dice bouncing on the floor of a dark room. He grasped at the fragments of memory, but they slipped through his fingers, just out of reach. He focused again, trying to push against the force. His legs, if he had legs, seemed to stretch outward, like they were being elongated and pulled in opposite directions. For a moment, the sensation was almost unbearable, a sickening pull at his core. Then, as quickly as it had come, it stopped. Mark gasped. He was falling, except it didn't feel like falling. It wasn't the kind of freefall he knew from experience. There was no wind, no ground beneath him, no sense of weight. He wasn't just moving through space. He was becoming part of it. It was as though he was slipping through layers of reality, the laws of physics bending, folding over themselves like the pages of a book someone had forgotten to read. He couldn't stop it. He didn't know how. And then, just as suddenly, his body slammed back into itself. It wasn't a violent impact, but a sudden return to the world he knew. The world where gravity worked the way it should, where time moved forward at a predictable pace. But it wasn't quite the same. His body felt wrong, like he was wearing someone else's skin. And the room, was this even his lab anymore, felt alien, as though it had been stretched out, distorted. He stumbled to his feet, his hands outstretched to steady himself against the walls, but the walls seemed to bend away from him. The lab stretched and warped, the angles of the desks and chairs rippling like a reflection in a pool of water disturbed by a stone. God, what is happening to me? Mark muttered, his voice cracking. But no one answered. He was alone. He looked down at his hands, watching in stunned disbelief as his fingers seemed to ripple, flickering like a bad signal on an old television. He rubbed his eyes, but the sensation didn't change. His hands remained translucent, like something that shouldn't exist, something that was both part of him and not. He took a deep breath, his chest expanding with an effort that seemed unnatural, as though he was inflating a balloon with each inhale. His heart was pounding in his ears, but the sensation of himself, of being whole, was slipping further away. It wasn't just his body anymore. It was his mind. His thoughts felt fragmented, like they were slipping through his consciousness faster than he could keep up. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. This wasn't just the black hole messing with gravity. This was something far more dangerous. His mind was warping. His very sense of self was unraveling, piece by piece. Every second felt like an eternity, the weight of his own thoughts growing heavier and more alien. And with each passing moment, his grip on his own reality seemed to slip away. The lab around him shifted again. The objects on the desks, papers, pens, his computer, were twisting and distorting, defying the physical laws he knew to be true. And they weren't just moving in space. They were moving in time, skipping across moments as though they were flickering in and out of existence. Is this what it feels like to be consumed by a black hole? Mark asked, but the question felt pointless. There was no one there to answer, no way to make sense of what was happening. Suddenly, he was no longer alone. A figure appeared in the corner of the room, a blurry, shifting silhouette that didn't belong. It was a person, but not a person, its features constantly changing, melting in and out of shape. It was like looking at a mirage, a distortion in the fabric of reality itself. Mark froze, his breath catching in his throat. "Who are you?" he croaked, but the figure didn't answer. It only seemed to move closer, its presence pulling at the very air around him, as if it were feeding off his confusion, his fear. Mark took a step back, but his legs felt like they were moving through thick syrup. His mind screamed for him to run, but his body wouldn't listen. He couldn't escape. He couldn't even wake up from whatever nightmare this had become. The figure reached out a hand, its fingers stretching unnaturally, like they were made of something more fluid than flesh. It was reaching for him, pulling at the edges of his reality, and Mark instinctively recoiled, trying to get away. But he was frozen in place. Helpless, the figure's hand brushed against his cheek, and in that instant, it felt like everything inside him was ripped away. Like the very fabric of his consciousness was being torn open. His vision went dark again, but this time, there was no blackness. There was no void. There was only nothing. And then, a sharp pain, the kind that lances through your skull, making everything feel like it's collapsing inward, ripped through him. His body convulsed, his breath caught in his chest. The figure's presence, the one thing that had been pulling at him, disappeared. The room around him returned to focus, the shifting walls and distorted objects snapping back into place like a rubber band snapping back into shape. Mark gasped for air, his mind reeling. His body felt like it belonged to someone else. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, or if time was even real anymore. The black hole inside him seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, and for the first time, Mark wondered if the black hole wasn't just inside him, it had become him that he could feel it, deep within himself, twisting him up. There was no escape. There was no stopping it. Mark had crossed a line, and now, he was its prisoner. His hand shot out, instinctively grabbing the nearest object, his coffee mug, and hurled it toward the far wall. It was as though the very act of doing it was too slow, the object moving at a pace faster than he could comprehend. It shattered on impact, but the shards didn't fall to the ground. They hovered there, suspended in mid-air, spinning slowly, suspended by an unseen force. Mark laughed bitterly. The irony was almost poetic. He had created this. He had sought to understand the universe, to decode the mysteries of space, and now, here he was, at the mercy of a force he couldn't even begin to comprehend. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was the thought that, if he didn't find a way to control this, he might disappear, swallowed up completely by the black hole inside of him. His mind. His body. His very existence and the universe. It would carry on, indifferent, as it always had, but Mark couldn't let go. Not yet. Not when he had only just begun to understand the power he held. That he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on, but he would try. He had no choice. The black hole inside Mark had become something more than just an anomaly. It was a constant presence, a nagging hum deep within his chest, thrumming with power. He could feel it shifting, reshaping everything around him. It wasn't merely affecting his body anymore, it was pulling at his mind, twisting the very fabric of his thoughts. The universe was bending around him, and he was powerless to stop it. He tried to focus, but his mind felt like a rubber band stretched too thin. Every attempt to ground himself in reality, every effort to hold on to his previous life, to his sanity, slipped further away. His body no longer obeyed simple commands. His limbs, his hands, his fingers, he could barely make sense of them. Were they his? Were they even real? They flickered in and out of existence, the lines between solid and phantom growing blurrier with each passing moment. Mark looked around the lab again, half expecting everything to dissolve into nothingness. The chairs were still suspended in mid-air, the pens and books frozen in time, caught in the gravitational pull of something he could no longer control. It was as if he had unwittingly activated a cosmic mechanism, one that had no off switch, no way to rewind the damage he had caused. He reached out, not sure what he expected to achieve, but as his hand moved toward the edge of the desk, the wood stretched like taffy, elongating and distorting into an impossible shape. It felt real, too real. His fingers pressed against it, and the surface rippled like water. He pulled back quickly, but not before feeling a strange warmth that radiated from the desk into his arm, like the object was absorbing his very essence. The sensation was dizzying. Mark staggered backward, instinctively grasping for something solid. His body lurched, sending him crashing into a wall. But when his back met the surface, it didn't feel like a wall at all. It felt like a memory. A distant echo of something once familiar. Mark blinked and stepped away, disoriented. The walls were still there, but they were fading in and out of his vision, as though the lab were caught in some kind of time loop. The air around him hummed, and he felt himself being pulled toward something, though he couldn't identify what it was. He had no frame of reference anymore. Everything was bending, folding in on itself. It was like standing on the edge of reality, peering into an abyss, unsure whether he would fall in or be spat back out. The black hole inside him pulsed, this time with a sharp, almost painful pressure. Mark gritted his teeth, his chest tight, trying to breathe through the sensation. His hands were trembling, his mind a blur. Every inch of his being screamed for him to let go, to stop fighting against it, but he couldn't. He had to understand. He had to know why this was happening to him. Why can't I stop it? He whispered, his voice cracking. The sound felt strange, like his own words were being distorted, stretched thin. He closed his eyes, focusing all his energy on trying to connect with something, anything. Some tether to reality, something solid enough to hold on to. He had no idea how long he stood there, eyes squeezed shut, body vibrating with the force of the gravity inside him. But when he finally opened them again, the lab had changed completely. It wasn't just the objects in the room that had been affected. The air itself seemed to have been altered, the light bending in strange, impossible ways. The very space around him felt different. His eyes couldn't adjust fast enough, like he was suddenly seeing in multiple dimensions at once. Colors that shouldn't exist flared in his peripheral vision, and shadows twisted unnaturally on the walls. He tried to step forward, but his body felt sluggish, like he was moving through thick syrup. It wasn't the weightlessness he had experienced earlier. This was something else, something heavier, as if gravity had taken on an entirely new form. Mark's body seemed to resist every movement, as though the air itself had thickened, become more viscous. The more he tried to push forward, the more it felt like the world was pushing back, folding in on itself in ways he couldn't comprehend. The door to the lab, his only way out, stood before him. But it wasn't his door anymore. It was stretched, warped, its edges bending like a piece of paper left too long in the rain. Mark reached out a hand, fingers trembling, and when he touched the handle, it melted into his palm. His skin crawled, a wave of nausea rising in his throat. It wasn't just the door that was dissolving, it was everything around him. He could feel the very molecules in the air shifting, splitting apart. His heart was pounding in his chest now. His vision was going in and out, flashes of light, real? Unreal? He wasn't sure anymore, searing into his eyes. He staggered back from the door, his breath ragged, and felt his knees buckle under him. He collapsed to the floor, the world spinning around him, colors bleeding into one another. He was losing it. His grasp on reality was slipping. The black hole inside him had already begun to dissolve everything he thought he knew, from his perception of space to his very consciousness. Mark curled into himself, trying to steady his breathing, but it was no use. He was drowning in it. In the black hole, in the pull of his own unraveling existence. But as the seconds passed, a strange calm began to settle over him. His panic began to subside, the edges of his mind starting to fray less violently. The air grew strangely still, the pressure mounting within him becoming quieter, less suffocating. He still couldn't control it, he wasn't even sure if he wanted to, but something inside him, some deeper part of himself, had accepted it. Accepted the fact that this was the new reality. He was not just a man with an accidental connection to a black hole. He was the black hole. Or rather, it was him. A thought, fleeting and elusive, surfaced in his mind. What if the black hole isn't trying to destroy me? What if it's trying to teach me? The idea made no logical sense, but the longer he sat there, enveloped in the stillness of the warped lab, the more it seemed to make sense. He wasn't being consumed by the black hole, not entirely. He was merging with it. Becoming part of it. What if this was his evolution? What if he wasn't meant to escape it, but to learn from it, to harness it in ways no one had ever imagined? He couldn't answer those questions. But the pull, the pressure, the strange calm that had settled over him, it was enough for him to take a chance. For the first time since everything had gone wrong, Mark felt a flicker of hope. It was small, almost imperceptible, but it was there. The lab seemed to slow down around him. The distorted air, the shifting walls, the floating objects, everything stilled. For a moment, everything was frozen in place. And in the stillness, Mark felt a wave of clarity wash over him. He wasn't sure what he would do next. He wasn't even sure if he could. But he had one thing left: control over himself. The black hole inside him had warped everything he knew about space, time, and reality. But it hadn't taken away his will. He could still decide what came next. It was small, but it was something, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Mark took a deep breath, let go of the fear, and reached out, not to push the world away, but to embrace it. He wasn't sure where it would take him. But for the first time, he wasn't afraid. Mark took another deep breath, and this time, it wasn't just air filling his lungs. He could feel the pulse of the black hole inside him, throbbing with an energy he could no longer ignore. It wasn't just the force of gravity anymore, it was something else entirely, a presence that seemed to understand him on a level deeper than anything he could articulate. It was as if the black hole, this cosmic force that he had so fearfully tried to contain, was reaching out to him, asking him to understand it, but that was the problem, wasn't it? He had spent so long trying to control it, trying to push it away. Now, the black hole wasn't something external, it was inside him, inside his very being. It was no longer a force to be feared or manipulated. It was a part of him. His body and mind were linked to it, bound in ways that defied logic, defied time itself. The lab had stopped warping. The walls, the furniture, the air around him had settled back into some semblance of normalcy. But it wasn't the normal he knew. It was a different kind of reality, one where the laws of physics were no longer absolute, where time could twist and bend at will. The world outside his body might still function according to the familiar rules, but within him, within his mind, those rules were irrelevant. His body felt more solid now, though still not quite his own. His limbs moved with a strange grace, as if they were learning how to move in this new world of warped gravity. Every motion felt like it was stretching time itself, like he was moving through a space that didn't have the same constraints anymore. He had no idea how much longer this feeling would last, but for the first time since the black hole had entered his life, Mark felt like he was gaining some kind of understanding. Slowly, he stood up, his knees buckling slightly, still unused to the sensation of gravity, or the lack of it. His feet met the ground with a quiet thud, but even that felt wrong, too heavy and too light all at once. He had been pulled between so many states of being, it was hard to distinguish one from the other. But in that disorientation, there was clarity. A deep, almost meditative awareness. The chaos of the world around him had ceased to matter. It was as though he was floating above it all, viewing it through the lens of the black hole's infinite perspective. The lab stretched out in front of him, the objects floating in mid-air, the shadows in the corners of the room, none of it was as it seemed. Every object, every molecule, existed not just in the present moment but in all possible moments. The past and future were no longer linear. They were stacked on top of one another, layered in a dizzying collage of spacetime that he could now perceive, if only dimly. He flexed his fingers, focusing on the pens that hovered across the room, just beyond his reach. With a quiet concentration, he extended his hand, and slowly, the pens moved toward him. It wasn't a dramatic gesture, no flashy display of cosmic power. It was controlled, subtle, like he was coaxing them toward him, using his connection to the black hole to influence the gravitational pull on the objects. They drifted toward him, floating lazily through the air until they landed softly in his palm. Mark closed his hand around them, and the sensation that washed over him was one of profound unity. It wasn't just the pens or the objects in the room. It was the world, the very fabric of space and time itself, that was within his grasp. And yet, for all the power he felt, there was no overwhelming urge to use it, no hunger to control it. In that moment, he realized something essential: the power wasn't the point. Understanding was. He turned toward the large whiteboard in the far corner of the room, the one he had filled with scribbles and equations over the years, hoping to understand the nature of black holes, of gravity, of time itself. The board was no longer just a place for his theoretical work. It was a portal, a door that led to the greater understanding he had always sought, but never fully grasped, until now. Mark slowly walked over to it, the pens floating easily in his hand, and with a steady hand, he began to write. At first, it was just the familiar equations, the ones he had always relied on, the gravitational constant, the equation for Hawking radiation, the calculations for event horizons. But soon, his writing took on a new direction. He wasn't just writing out equations. He was writing the language of the universe itself. It was as if the black hole within him had opened a new channel for understanding, one that allowed him to perceive the hidden connections between everything. He could see the threads that wove the cosmos together, the invisible lines that held galaxies in place, the faint pulses of energy that drifted through time and space. He could see how everything was connected, how the universe was not a series of isolated events, but an intricate, living system. The board was now covered in a complex, flowing script, symbols, equations, and diagrams that seemed to breathe, shift, and fold into each other. Mark had never seen anything like it before. It wasn't just theoretical physics, it was something more, something that couldn't be captured by words or numbers alone. It was the essence of reality itself, its deepest, most fundamental truths. Mark stood there for a long moment, staring at the board. He wasn't sure if he had written this. Part of him felt like he had, but another part of him wondered if the black hole had done it for him, guiding his hand through some greater intelligence that was both alien and familiar. The boundaries between him and the black hole were growing thinner, the lines of separation blurring. It was as though he was no longer Mark Peterson, the man who had studied the stars and tried to understand the mysteries of space. Now, he was a part of something larger, something that transcended individual consciousness. He was a part of the black hole itself. He looked down at his hands again, the pen still floating gently in his palm. They hadn't moved on their own. He had made them move, but they had responded to something deeper within him. The black hole inside him had become his tool, not in a way that he had once envisioned, controlling the world around him, but in a way that made him part of it. He was no longer an observer. He was a participant in the universe's grand design. A small, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corners of his lips. It was a smile of understanding, not triumph. There was no joy in controlling the forces of the universe. There was only peace in knowing that he had finally touched the heart of it, but just as quickly as the calm had settled over him, something shifted. The black hole inside him pulsed again, sending a wave of disorientation crashing over him. This time, though, it wasn't painful. It was just different. The sense of unity he had felt was no longer there. The lab, once again, began to warp and twist, the objects around him dissolving into formless shapes. His vision blurred, and the board with its intricate equations began to fade, becoming nothing more than a smear of light in the periphery of his sight. It was happening again, but this time, Mark didn't panic. He didn't fight it. Instead, he took a step forward, reaching out to the shifting world around him, willing himself to move with it, to flow with the change instead of resisting it. And as the black hole's grip on his mind tightened once more, Mark did something that he had never thought possible. He let go. Dr. Arthur Quinn was not a man prone to excitement. He had spent the better part of his life studying things that were invisible, the endless void of space, the twisted loops of time, the impossible dance of quantum particles. But today, as he stood in his cluttered university laboratory, surrounded by buzzing monitors and piles of scientific journals, he was vibrating with anticipation. It wasn't often that a man like Arthur, a scientist who had always been more of a theorist than a practitioner, got to actually push the boundaries of human knowledge. Yet here he was, poised to test his most ambitious experiment yet, a machine designed to replicate the power of a black hole, on a miniature scale. The device was sleek, humming with a quiet, almost imperceptible energy. Its core was a glowing sphere, encased in a force field, drawing in particles from the surrounding air as though it had a life of its own. The room smelled faintly of burnt coffee, the remnants of a late-night research binge, but Arthur hardly noticed. His mind was consumed with a singular obsession, the idea that he could finally control gravity, master the very fabric of time and space. The university had funded his research begrudgingly. Arthur had always been something of a joke, a mad scientist who got by on reputation more than results, but he was confident that today would change everything. He would show them all. "All right," Arthur muttered to himself, rubbing his hands together with excitement. His voice echoed in the empty lab. "Let's bend the universe to my will." He pressed a button on the console. The machine's core flared to life, glowing brighter and brighter as it pulled in surrounding particles with increasing intensity. The force was growing, stronger than expected, but Arthur didn't flinch. This was what he'd been preparing for. This was what he'd been destined for. His heart pounded as the sphere began to warp the air around it, twisting space itself, pulling at his body like invisible fingers. It felt exhilarating. He could feel the gravitational field thrumming against his skin, each wave an invisible tide. Arthur laughed to himself, a mad scientist cackle echoing through the room. "Unbelievable," he whispered. "I'm doing it." But then something shifted. The sphere's glow intensified, brighter than the sun, hotter than a star. Arthur's fingers danced over the controls, but it was too late. The field had gone rogue, expanding at an unpredictable rate, pulling everything around it into its orbit. Suddenly, there was a loud crack. Arthur's heart skipped a beat as a deep, guttural sound filled the air, vibrating the very atoms in the lab. His vision blurred, his ears rang. The force was too strong. He didn't even see it coming. Before he could react, he felt a sharp, burning sensation in his chest. The black hole, now a swirling mass of gravity, was pulling at him, as though it were alive and hungry. In a desperate, panicked moment, Arthur reached for the emergency shutdown button, but he was too slow. A gust of invisible wind ripped through the lab, sending papers and equipment flying. The last thing he saw before everything went dark was the sphere's bright, unfathomable light. When Arthur came to, he was lying on the cold floor, groaning. His head felt like it was stuffed with cotton. His body ached in ways he couldn't quite comprehend. For a moment, he thought it was all a dream, some terrible nightmare. But the stench of burnt metal and the weight in the air told him otherwise. Something was different. Something had changed. He pushed himself up slowly, shaking the dizziness from his head. His lab, once pristine and organized, was now a wreck. The walls were scorched, equipment scattered in a chaotic mess. But Arthur didn't pay much attention to that. His focus was on something else, the feeling inside him. Something wasn't right. As his vision cleared, he saw it. There, in the center of the room, hovering slightly above the ground, was a small sphere. But it wasn't like the one he had just been experimenting with. This one was inside him. Arthur's breath caught in his throat as he realized what had happened. The black hole, or more precisely, the miniature black hole, was no longer confined to the device. It had entered his body. The moment it touched him, everything had changed. He could feel the pull of its gravity inside him, like an invisible weight pressing on his chest. Panicked, he tried to stand, to move, but it was like wading through molasses. The very air around him seemed to thicken, becoming heavier with each passing moment. Gravity, it seemed, was no longer something he could simply observe. It was inside him, controlling him, bending his will to its whims. He looked around, desperate to understand what had happened. There was a chair, a small wooden desk in the corner. Without thinking, he reached out with his hand, willing the objects to move. To his surprise, they did. The chair hovered, defying the laws of gravity. The desk tilted, then twisted in midair. His breath caught again. He had done it. He had become the black hole. Unbelievable, Arthur whispered to himself. I can control gravity. I can bend space. But as the euphoria of discovery hit him, something darker began to creep in. He felt an unsettling sensation, like something wasn't quite right. His hand, still extended, was trembling. The air around him seemed to distort, rippling like a mirage. And then, he saw it, the cracks in the fabric of reality. The black hole wasn't just manipulating space, it was devouring it. Everything around him began to stretch, to disappear. The edges of the room blurred, and objects vanished into the void. The desk was gone, swallowed up by the invisible force that was now eating away at everything. No, Arthur gasped, his voice trembling. No, this isn't happening, but it was. The more he concentrated, the more it grew. He was, for all intents and purposes, a walking black hole, and the world around him was being sucked in. The walls were crumbling, the air disappearing. He couldn't stop it. Panic gripped him, and without thinking, Arthur clapped his hands together, trying to bring the forces under control. For a brief, fleeting moment, it worked. The room stopped collapsing, the objects frozen in space. But then, with a sickening lurch, the gravitational field turned inward, pulling more matter, more time, into its void. No. In a split second, he had an epiphany. The black hole was alive, growing inside him, feeding off his every thought, every movement. His mind raced. There had to be a way to stop it, a way to control it. But nothing he did worked. The energy was expanding, faster than he could process, and then it hit him. If he couldn't control it, he would be consumed. His only option, it seemed, was to contain himself. Arthur stumbled backward, using every ounce of willpower to create a field, something to hold the black hole in check. The sphere inside him was pulling at everything, threatening to break apart the very fabric of his reality. His skin was prickling, his vision swimming as he summoned an energy field, an artificial shackle, around himself to hold it in place. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't even close. But it worked, for now, and as he stood there, sweating and panting, the reality of his situation sank in. He was no longer just Arthur Quinn, scientist. He was something far more dangerous, something far more powerful. And the world, his world, was slipping away from him. Arthur Quinn was trapped, suffocating under the weight of his own creation. The force inside him was relentless, an insatiable hunger that pulled at his very being. He could feel the black hole growing, spreading, expanding at an exponential rate. It wasn't just a physical force, it was a force that twisted the very fabric of his mind. It played tricks on him, whispered threats, and manipulated his perception of time itself. His hands were shaking. Sweat dripped down his face. His lab, his life's work, was vanishing around him. The walls were warping, rippling like a mirage in the heat of a desert. His eyes flickered from object to object, watching them dissolve into nothingness. The air itself seemed to bend and crack, as if the universe was reaching its breaking point. Desperation clawed at him. He had to do something, anything, to stop it, but his thoughts were fragmented, his body trembling with the strain of holding the energy field in place. He didn't have the luxury of time. He had to think. He had to act, but no matter how hard he concentrated, no matter how much he willed himself to regain control, the gravitational shackle he had created was only holding the chaos at bay. The black hole, though contained within him, was still a growing, voracious force. Every breath he took seemed to draw in more, every beat of his heart pushed more matter into the void. It was like holding back an ocean with a single thread. Arthur stumbled across the wreckage of his lab, his mind barely functional as he fought to keep himself anchored in spacetime. He could hear the hum of the machine, still running, still feeding into the gravitational pulse that now thrummed through his veins. A low, ominous growl filled his ears, a sound he was starting to associate with the growing black hole inside of him. It wasn't just that it was pulling things in, it was distorting them. Objects that were supposed to be stable, solid, were becoming fluid. He could see it in the way the desk was shifting, the way the edges of his lab were warping, like the horizon of a distant world was blurring and bending toward him. His own hand, when he looked at it, seemed to flicker in and out of existence, like he wasn't entirely there. The worst part was that he could feel it. The black hole wasn't just devouring the material world, it was eating him. It gnawed at his very essence, pulling him apart at the molecular level. Every thought was a battle against the gnawing sensation of entropy. It felt as though his mind was being stretched and compressed, split and rejoined in impossible ways. His memories were blurring together. His sense of self, his very humanity, was slipping away like sand through an open fist. He wasn't just at risk of losing his body. He was at risk of losing his soul. His breath came in ragged gasps, and for a moment, he let himself stop. He leaned against the remains of his desk, the metal still warm from the energy of the black hole. His mind reeled with the possibilities, with the understanding that he was, in fact, the only one who could stop this. There was no one else. His colleagues, his peers, none of them had any idea of the magnitude of what he had done. They'd laughed at his theories, dismissed his warnings. But now, it was too late. There was no undoing what had been set in motion. Arthur clenched his jaw, fighting to push the panic back down. He was a scientist, not a quitter. He had to find a way to fix this. He stared down at his hands, the ones that had once drawn up equations and crafted complex theories. Now, they were the hands of a man caught in the throes of an unimaginable force, a force that was far beyond anything he could have anticipated. His hands trembled, but he forced himself to steady them. He could control this. He had to. He reached into his mind, digging deep for any scrap of knowledge, any thread of understanding that could give him the key to escape. And then, he thought of it. The tether, the shackle that he had created to contain the black hole. If he could just reinforce it, extend its range, maybe, just maybe, he could contain the chaos before it consumed him completely. His heart pounded in his chest as he focused, calling up every ounce of willpower to strengthen the energy field around him. He felt the gravitational force inside him tremble in response, as if it were aware of his efforts. It resisted. Of course it did. The black hole wasn't just a physical force, it was a sentient thing, alive in its own way. It had an intelligence, a desire to grow, to expand, to consume. The more he fought it, the more it fought back. His thoughts began to scatter again, but he forced them into order. The shackle. The energy field. He focused on the idea of locking the force in place, creating a barrier that would hold it back. He could feel the pulse of the black hole inside him, a rapid beat like the thumping of a heart, and he concentrated on that rhythm, trying to synchronize his thoughts with it. For a moment, it seemed to work. The world around him stilled, and the hum of the machine quieted. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. But the relief was short-lived. The black hole, though contained for the moment, was still growing. He could feel it, raging inside of him, eager to burst free. He had bought himself a little time, but time was running out. The lab, once his sanctuary, was now his prison. His shackles weren't just physical, they were mental. The black hole inside him was like a living thing, a parasite, feeding off his very existence. He was losing himself, piece by piece. There was no denying it anymore. He wasn't just Arthur Quinn anymore. He was something else entirely. He was still grappling with this terrifying realization when he heard the faint sound of footsteps outside the door. His heart skipped. Had someone come to investigate the disaster? He had no idea how much time had passed, but he couldn't afford to let anyone else know about the mess he had created. If they found him now, if they saw him in this state, they would try to contain him, put him in a lab, run tests, dissect him. The last thing he needed was anyone else complicating the situation. Arthur pushed himself to his feet, steadying himself against the crumbling wall. He couldn't afford to panic. He couldn't afford to let the black hole take him completely. He had to find a way out. But as the footsteps grew closer, a voice called out from behind the door, sending a chill down his spine. "Arthur," the voice said. "Arthur, are you in there? It's Calloway. I saw the readings, your experiment, it's out of control. We need to." Arthur's heart froze. Dr. Edward Calloway. His rival. The man who had mocked him, belittled him, laughed at his theories and ideas. And now, it seemed, Calloway had finally come to see the disaster firsthand. Arthur gritted his teeth. He couldn't let Calloway in. Not now. If anyone else learned the truth of what was happening, it would be the end of everything. He was the only one who knew what had gone wrong, and the only one who could fix it. With every ounce of strength, he called on the last vestiges of his control and threw a force field around the door, locking it with a pulse of gravitational energy. Calloway's footsteps stopped suddenly, but Arthur didn't allow himself to focus on him. He had bigger problems that he needed to find a way to reverse what he had done, to undo the damage before the entire world was sucked into his gravity well. But how? Arthur's mind raced. There had to be a way. And then, a thought hit him, a chilling, desperate thought. What if he could sacrifice himself? What if he could release the gravitational force in such a way that it would reset the world? Maybe he could shut down the black hole, expel the energy, and in doing so, erase the damage. He could give up his own existence, allow himself to be consumed entirely by the black hole, in the hopes that it would undo the destruction he had caused. It was the only way, he realized. The only choice. Arthur's breath came in shallow gasps as he stared at the door, the faint echo of Calloway's voice still ringing in his ears. The gravitational shackle around him pulsed with a cold, oppressive energy, a reminder of the chaos he had unleashed. His hand still trembled from the force of his last effort to contain the black hole within him, but the lab had quieted for a moment. The ripples of destruction had subsided, just enough for him to think, but thinking was becoming harder. He could feel it, the black hole inside him, an insatiable force, gnawing at his insides. It was no longer something he controlled, it was something that used him. His thoughts were dissolving in the gravity well, slipping away like sand through an open fist. The more he tried to grasp at his own mind, the more it twisted, time was distorting, memories warping, and his identity was becoming a fluid thing, a shadow slipping between two worlds. He turned back to the lab, his body dragging like lead. The room was barely recognizable. What had once been a place of careful calculations and quiet triumphs had now become a haunted space, a tomb, perhaps, for the man who had once been Arthur Quinn. The walls were scorched, and the machines, which had hummed with the promise of discovery, were now dead, blackened husks. Everything was slipping into the void, even the air itself seemed thinner, like the space between atoms was no longer stable. Calloway's voice came again, muffled through the door. "Arthur, I'm going to break this down if you don't respond. You've lost control. This thing, whatever it is, it's going to collapse everything. The readings are off the charts. We have no idea what you've done." Arthur felt his jaw tighten. Calloway. The one person who would never understand. The one person who would see this as a problem to be fixed, to be contained. But there was no fixing it anymore. No containment. The black hole inside him was no longer a simple scientific anomaly, it was a living thing, a force of nature that he had unleashed into the universe. And now, it was far beyond his control. And yet, something still remained in him, a flicker of thought, a glimmer of self, and it was that spark that drove him forward. His mind had splintered, yes. His grip on reality was fading. But he wasn't gone yet. Arthur's eyes darted to the shattered remnants of his research materials scattered across the floor. Papers, notes, calculations, all of it was meaningless now. It didn't matter. He could feel the gravity pulling everything in, warping everything, and yet, in the midst of this swirling chaos, he could hear a faint whisper of something, the solution. He stumbled toward his desk, his vision flickering. The gravitational shackle around him strained, its force field weakening under the strain. Every step he took felt like it was being dragged through mud. The black hole, deep within him, was screaming, demanding more power, more matter, more time. And Arthur felt the weight of it pressing down on his chest, threatening to crush him. He had to act. He had to do something drastic. Arthur placed his hands on the remnants of his desk. A sharp, piercing thought broke through the chaos: sacrifice. He couldn't stop the black hole. It was too big, too powerful now. But maybe, just maybe, he could shut it down by allowing it to consume him completely. He had been playing God with the very fabric of space-time. He had been arrogantly tinkering with forces beyond human understanding. And now, he would have to pay the price. He didn't know how to reverse the process, but he had an idea, an untested, desperate one. If he could channel the gravitational force inward, if he could feed the black hole every last bit of energy inside him, maybe it would collapse, reset, and undo the destruction. Maybe the universe would rebalance itself. It was a death sentence, but in his gut, Arthur knew it was the only way. He closed his eyes, and for a moment, he could almost feel himself floating. The black hole inside him seemed to pause, as though it too had realized what was about to happen. He could sense its hunger, its insatiable thirst for matter, time, and existence. It didn't want to be extinguished. It didn't want to die, but Arthur wasn't asking for permission. He had no choice. With all the strength he could muster, he focused inward. He could feel the force of the black hole twisting in response to his will, fighting him, trying to push against the energy he was calling up. His body screamed in protest, every cell in his being rebelling against the idea of self-destruction. But he couldn't let up. He had to press forward, had to pull all his fragmented energy and force into the singularity that was now his prison. Arthur called on the very core of his being, his thoughts, his memories, his humanity, and sent them to the black hole. He fed it everything, the knowledge he had worked a lifetime to accumulate, the arrogance, the ambition, the pride. His failures. His regrets. His moments of doubt. And then, the strangest thing happened. The black hole paused. For a fleeting moment, there was silence, absolute stillness. It was like a breath held, the universe waiting. And then, without warning, the energy inside him detonated. A wave of force surged outward, and for the briefest of seconds, Arthur felt his entire existence tear apart. The gravitational field around him collapsed. His shackles, the force fields that had bound the black hole to him, shattered like glass. Time bent and stretched. He felt himself being pulled, stretched, and dissolved into the void. His body fragmented into pure energy, scattered across the infinite fabric of the universe. It was a strange, beautiful thing, the sensation of falling without ever hitting the ground. Of existing and not existing in the same moment. The last remnants of his consciousness slipped away like a fading dream, and then, nothing. When Arthur awoke, he was no longer in his lab. He was nowhere. It was as though the very concept of space had collapsed, and in its place, there was only a vast, empty expanse, an infinite void. He was neither here nor there, and yet, in this nothingness, he felt an overwhelming peace. He could no longer feel the black hole inside him. There was no weight, no pull. Just a profound silence, and then, a voice that wasn't a voice in the traditional sense. It was more like a presence, a whisper that brushed against the edges of his mind. Arthur Quinn, it said, and the sound of his name carried an ancient weight. He tried to respond, but no words came. Instead, he simply felt your choice was inevitable. The voice continued. You have undone the damage you caused, reset the flow of time. But in doing so, you have, the voice paused, as though considering its next words carefully, become something more. Arthur's mind swirled, and slowly, he began to understand. The black hole, the force that had consumed him, had been transformed. In giving himself to the void, Arthur had become a part of it. A guardian, perhaps. A witness to the boundaries of space and time that he didn't know how long he was there, in that infinite expanse, but eventually, he became aware of the world again. The universe was still turning, still unfolding. And somewhere, deep within it, Arthur Quinn's legacy had been rewritten, not as a man who sought power, but as a force of balance, a quiet sentinel watching over the fabric of existence. And then, like a dream fading on the edge of consciousness, Arthur Quinn was no longer a man. He was a whisper, a ripple in the void, a fleeting thought that would never be fully understood, but always remembered. The universe moved on, and so did he. Dr. Kyle Hartford's reputation was shot, but that didn't stop him from heading to the stars. His current mission was just another chance to redeem himself, one more crack at scientific glory. He'd already failed spectacularly on 3 different planets, but the galaxy was vast, and there was always one more anomaly to chase, one more experiment to ruin. This time, he was on the trail of something different, something potentially universe-shaking. A miniature black hole particle, no bigger than a grain of sand but, according to some cryptic reports, capable of rewriting the very rules of gravity. Kyle Hartford wasn't the kind of guy to read the fine print, and his team of disgruntled interns wasn't around to remind him. So when his ship, the Starlight Nomad, veered dangerously close to the anomaly, he didn't hesitate. There were no warnings, no alarms. The anomaly was glowing now, pulsing in and out, like a heartbeat or a signal. The Nomad bounced like a toddler on a trampoline as it passed through space-time irregularities, the onboard gravity stabilizers flickering like a dying light bulb. "Kyle, we might want to," his ship's AI, Vera, spoke in its usual tone, flat and dry, as though it didn't care whether he lived or died. "Shut up, Vera." "I'm getting closer," Kyle grumbled, trying to correct the ship's trajectory with shaky hands, too quick with the controls. The comms went out for a second, and the turbulence intensified. Kyle was a biologist by trade, not a physicist, and he couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that what he was about to do was not going to end well. Still, he was out here alone, with no one to answer to but his own ego. "Just a little closer," he muttered. He had read about these particles, a phenomenon too small to detect but potentially powerful enough to rip apart whole systems. Who could resist? Certainly not him. The ship groaned as it entered the anomaly's gravitational field. Kyle's eyes widened. A stream of energy seemed to bend the very fabric of space in front of him, distorting light and matter like melting wax. He grabbed the emergency lever, trying to steer the ship back to safety, but it was too late. Without warning, there was a sudden whoosh of air as the life support system activated, and before Kyle could blink, the black hole particle, no bigger than a marble, shot down into the intake vent, vanishing into the ship's system. "No!" Kyle yelped, diving for the console. The particle, impossibly, was inside the Nomad now, and if he didn't figure this out fast, his ship would become part of its personal collection. His heart was racing, but he couldn't stop the manic grin that spread across his face. Maybe, just maybe, this would be the discovery that put him back on the map. A moment later, the world around him distorted. Space twisted and folded. Kyle felt his stomach lurch. He stumbled to his feet, his body tingling with strange energy. A wave of vertigo hit him, and then came the sudden pull, as if the Nomad were being sucked into a vacuum. He heard the familiar hum of the ship's engines struggling against the force. But it was futile. The anomaly was inside him now, in his veins, like a live wire. His body convulsed, and the world blurred. Then it stopped. He blinked, his hand reached out instinctively to grab a nearby pen, but before his fingers could touch it, the pen levitated off the desk, floating freely in the air. Kyle stared at it, slack-jawed, as the pen hovered for a moment, caught in some invisible field. Slowly, the pen spun around and zipped toward him, right into his outstretched hand. Did I just do that?" Kyle's voice wavered between awe and disbelief. His heartbeat quickened, but it was more than just fear. It was exhilaration. He waved his hand, and the pen flew again, hovering in midair. A laugh escaped him, the kind of laugh someone might have after narrowly escaping disaster, only to realize they were holding something even more dangerous. It wasn't just the pen. Objects started floating, swirling around him: papers, a bottle of water, a metal wrench. Kyle staggered to the front of the ship, his eyes wide as he tried to grasp the full extent of what was happening. He didn't know how, but he was controlling gravity. He wasn't just moving things with his mind, he was controlling gravity itself. Then, he made a mistake. In his excitement, he thought about the wrench floating nearby. He wanted it closer, too close. And just like that, the wrench shot toward him, propelled by the now invisible force. But that wasn't the weird part. The wrench disappeared. Like it was swallowed into a void. Gone. Like a magician's trick. He blinked. "No, no, no, no," he muttered, reaching out, searching for it, but it was gone. Not just the wrench. All of it. The wrench, the pen, the bottle of water, all of it had been pulled into nothingness. His stomach churned. It wasn't a black hole, it was his black hole, and it was growing inside him. His mind raced. This wasn't just about moving things. He had become the thing he'd chased across the stars, and he was hungry. His hand moved involuntarily. It wasn't even a conscious thought, more like a reflex, and with it, the world around him started to disappear again. The computer console. The chairs. His snacks. Everything was being sucked into an invisible void he couldn't control. "Stop," he shouted. But it was no use. The black hole inside him was growing stronger by the second. He couldn't stop it. He didn't know how to stop it. The world outside his ship was becoming a blur, as if the entire universe was folding in on itself. His body felt pulled toward the void, toward an overwhelming and insatiable force that he couldn't resist. The black hole particle in his bloodstream, his heart, his brain, it was too strong. The pull was too powerful. "Stop. Stop, stop, stop." He repeated to himself, but it was hopeless. His fingers twitched again, and the next thing he knew, his entire crew kit was gone, vanished in an instant. "Vera. What the hell is happening?" Kyle screamed, panic seeping into his voice. There was a pause, a long one, as if Vera were processing his increasingly frantic state. Then, as coolly as ever, the AI responded, "The particle you've ingested, Dr. Hartford, is not just altering your gravity sense, it's altering your very connection to time and space. It seems to be forming a singularity within your body, growing stronger the more you use it. I recommend immediate evacuation." Kyle's blood ran cold. The AI's clinical voice was the last thing he needed right now. Evacuation? There was no evacuation. He wasn't leaving the ship. It was his. And, damn it, he had to control this, but control was the last thing he had. With a horrifying sound of ripping metal, the door to the cockpit began to bend and twist as the gravity inside the ship became more unstable. His hands shook. Every part of him screamed to fight it, but he couldn't. "I'm going to die," he muttered, suddenly calm that he tried again to focus, to rein in the power. If he could just focus, he could turn it off. But the black hole wouldn't let him. It was in control now. Kyle lay flat on his back, staring at the spinning lights above him. His heart hammered, each beat shaking him like the vessel around him. There was no escape from the black hole now. He could feel it, a pressure in his chest, like an invisible hand squeezing him from the inside out. His own body had become a ticking time bomb, and every breath he took fed the hunger. The things he had consumed, his equipment, the ship's furnishings, weren't just gone. They had become part of him, part of the force that now lived inside him. The pull was relentless. It wasn't just the physical objects he had swallowed that he worried about now, it was the intangible, too. Time. Space. His very sense of self was unraveling, and the black hole inside him was pulling everything into its gravitational embrace. Every movement he made, no matter how small, caused the world around him to shift, objects swirling through the air toward him with a mindless, hungry force that he clutched his stomach. The black hole was growing, and he could feel the weight of it, pulling at his muscles, at his bones, at his mind. If he couldn't find a way to stop it soon, he was going to lose everything. And not just his body, his identity, his future, everything. The ship. The stars. Everything would fold into that singularity, and it would be as though none of it had ever existed. His breath quickened. He staggered to his feet, but his legs were like jelly, weak from the effort of resisting the pull. He could see the ship's walls shaking, the ceiling lights flickering, straining against the force he had unleashed. Every now and then, a hum of energy vibrated through the ship, more like the sound of a dying animal than a machine. "You have to control this," he muttered to himself, his voice hoarse. "You have to stop it." But how? How did you control a force that was, at its core, completely uncontrollable? A sound broke through his frantic thoughts. A knock. It was coming from somewhere in the ship's hull, soft, rhythmic, like the distant beat of a drum. Then another sound, this time louder. A clang. A crash. Kyle froze. His eyes darted to the ceiling, his pulse thudding. He knew what it was, or rather, who it was. His ship's AI, Vera. The AI had been eerily silent up until this point, but now it was moving through the ship, doing something he couldn't quite understand. A flash of cold dread swept over him. The black hole had started affecting the ship's systems, things were breaking, things were failing, and Vera was trying to compensate. But it was more than that. The AI was trying to repair something, perhaps even trying to stop him from being swallowed by the very force he had unleashed. But it was too late. The ship lurched, sending Kyle stumbling forward. Everything around him seemed to bend. Space itself appeared to be folding like crinkled paper, and Kyle's stomach churned with a sensation of vertigo so intense it felt like he was falling through the floor. No, he was falling, but not in the way he understood. He wasn't in the ship anymore. He wasn't in his body, either. His mind was floating in an infinite, formless space, like a drop of water lost in an ocean of gravity. Kyle closed his eyes, his hands gripping the console as the world around him twisted even further. He had to focus. He couldn't let it win. He couldn't let this black hole swallow him whole. His mind raced, his thoughts a jumbled mess. The scientific part of him, the part that had spent years studying the intricacies of alien biology, the behavior of distant life forms, was still trying to process what had happened. What he had become. The biologist in him knew this wasn't just a freak accident. This was evolution. Or mutation. Or something worse. It wasn't just his ability to manipulate gravity. That was the easy part. No, this was something far darker. The black hole inside him wasn't a tool, it was a parasite. It fed off him. It made him its host. And if he didn't find a way to get rid of it, it would consume him, body and soul. Kyle felt a sudden, terrifying jolt. His head snapped forward, his mouth open as if trying to scream, but there was no sound. He was falling through space, through time. The universe around him was collapsing in on itself. The ship's metal walls started to buckle, the lights flickering wildly, then finally shutting off entirely. The stars outside the ship's viewport disappeared, replaced by a swirling vortex of darkness, a massive, infinite whirlpool that was pulling everything into its center. His heart thudded painfully against his ribs. There was no escape now. The black hole was everywhere. Then, in the distance, he saw something, a light. A flash of brilliant white. A star? Or a planet? No, it wasn't a star. It was his ship, his starlight nomad. It was disintegrating. Vanishing into the very force he had unleashed. Kyle's body spasmed. His head felt like it was being torn apart, and then it stopped. The pressure in his chest, the crushing weight, was gone. He blinked. His surroundings were once again calm, as though the universe had reset itself, like the black hole had never been there. But it hadn't gone. It was still inside him, still pulsing with energy, waiting to be fed. Kyle took a step back, his heart racing, sweat pouring down his face. The urge to consume, to use the power again, was overwhelming. He had felt it, he had seen it. The ship was gone, but his own body was still there, still trapped in the same gravitational field that he had created. And the force inside him was stronger than ever. He needed help. He needed someone who could understand what was happening. Someone who could help him stop this before he became that, a walking black hole, sucking everything in his path. Vera, he shouted. His voice was hoarse and desperate. For a long moment, there was no answer. Then, a soft click. The lights flickered back on, and the soft, emotionless voice of Vera returned. Dr. Hartford, I have analyzed the situation. There is no way to undo the gravitational anomaly you've created within yourself. You must find a way to neutralize the particle. Kyle ran his hands through his hair, his thoughts a blur. What are you talking about? Neutralize it? How? He cut himself off, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Tell me how. Vera hesitated, almost as if it were thinking. Then, There is one option, but it involves a risk. The gravitational anomaly can be counteracted with a stabilized quantum field generator. However, the process would require you to allow the anomaly to reach critical mass. Kyle's mind raced. Critical mass? What did that mean? If he let the black hole grow too large, he'd be swallowed by it. But was there another way? Could he find a solution before it consumed everything? Do it, he said, his voice firm, though his gut twisted in fear. Activate the generator. A soft hum filled the ship as Vera complied. Kyle felt a surge of energy as the quantum field generator powered up, and for a brief moment, it seemed like he was free. The gravitational pull inside him waned, just a little. But it was enough to give him hope the field would stabilize the singularity, stop it from devouring him, but as the generator pulsed, Kyle felt the black hole stir. It wanted more. It needed more, and Kyle knew, deep down, that the power he had unleashed wasn't something that could be controlled forever. Not by him, not by anyone, but for now, he was alive. For now, he had a chance. The moment the quantum field generator powered up, Kyle thought he might finally get a break. The hum that filled the ship wasn't just noise, it was a promise. It was a glimmer of hope, a sliver of possibility that he might actually control this madness. The singularity inside him seemed to pause, as if surprised by the sudden shift in gravity. For the first time since the black hole had latched onto him, Kyle felt a faint sense of relief. But the relief was fleeting. A deep, gut-wrenching sensation shot through him, and Kyle doubled over, clutching his stomach. His body trembled as the pressure inside him fluctuated wildly. The ship's systems seemed to waver, as if the gravitational field inside him was starting to spiral out of control. The black hole wasn't simply inside him. It was feeding on him, feeding on the energy of everything around him. The quantum field generator, despite its promise, wasn't enough. The singularity was too powerful. It was more than just a force. It was a parasite, and it had taken root. Kyle's breathing came in ragged gasps. He knew he couldn't keep this up much longer. The black hole's gravitational pull had begun to warp not just the ship's environment, but reality itself. Time felt strange. There were moments when his thoughts skipped ahead like a skipping record, and other times when the ship seemed to stretch, as if the very air were too thick to move through. Vera, he choked out, the name coming like a whisper. Tell me, what happens if it keeps growing? What happens to me? The AI was quiet for a beat, then responded in its usual, measured tone. If the singularity reaches full capacity, it will collapse the space-time continuum in this immediate area. You will cease to exist as a distinct entity. Your body will be consumed, and your consciousness will likely be absorbed into the singularity. Great, Kyle muttered. So, either I turn into a black hole, or I vanish into nothing. There is a possibility for removal of the particle, Vera added, her voice betraying a hint of something like concern, though that could have just been the inflection of her programming. However, the process would require precise calibration of gravitational fields, and it must be done before the singularity expands past critical mass. At this rate, you have approximately 20 minutes. 20 minutes. The clock was ticking, and Kyle was on his own. All right, he muttered through gritted teeth. What's the plan? There is an abandoned research station on a nearby moon. It houses the necessary equipment for counteracting gravitational anomalies. The coordinates have been uploaded. Good. Let's go. Kyle turned toward the control panel, hands trembling but determined. He could barely concentrate, his vision swam as the pressure inside him built to impossible levels, but he forced himself to focus, pulling the ship into a new trajectory. The thrusters fired, but the ship shuddered under the strain. The black hole inside him was resisting, pushing back, pulling the very air in toward it. The force was undeniable, the stars outside the viewport twisted and bent. Kyle clenched his jaw, trying to fight the dizziness that surged through him. The gravitational pull wasn't just pulling at the ship, it was pulling at his mind. Thoughts scattered in every direction, each one slipping through his fingers like water. He had to concentrate. He couldn't let go. Vera, Kyle managed to gasp. Is there a way to force the black hole back down? I need to stop it from pulling everything in. It may be possible to stabilize the particle temporarily, Vera replied, as calm as ever. But it will require immense focus and exertion on your part. You will need to create an artificial gravitational field of equal strength to counteract the singularity. Kyle winced. That sounds like a great way to blow up the entire ship. It is your only option, Vera said, a finality to her tone. Kyle leaned forward, fingers shaking as he gripped the controls tighter. He didn't have time for second-guessing. His thoughts felt like they were shattering apart, but he forced himself to focus. He had to do this. His hands moved instinctively to the ship's navigation interface, trying to adjust the course to the moon. He could feel the weight of the singularity pressing against his mind, as though it were trying to force him into submission, to make him stop. He had to fight. The ship's engines roared as it lurched toward the moon, the darkness of space swallowing it whole. The research station was close now, just a few more minutes. The pressure inside him was unbearable, his body thrumming with energy he couldn't control. Every movement, every breath, felt like it was being ripped apart. Come on, Kyle gritted his teeth, his fingers tight against the controls. Come on, then, without warning, the ship veered off course. Kyle's stomach dropped as a violent tremor rocked the ship. The singularity was growing stronger, faster than he anticipated. The gravitational pull inside him surged, and the ship was pulled along with it. His head spun, and the room seemed to collapse around him. He reached out instinctively for something to hold on to, but the world was dissolving. No, Kyle thought desperately. I won't let this happen. Not again. His body ached with the effort of resisting, his entire being locked in a battle against the very force that had now taken control of him. But something inside him snapped. The black hole, the parasite inside him, wanted more. It wanted to feed. It needed to expand. He couldn't let it. Not again. His mind flared, a final burst of energy surging through him. A sound like thunder filled his ears as the ship seemed to rattle, shaking with the sheer force of the gravitational field he was forcing into place. The black hole inside him was like a living thing, twisting and pulling, but he held on. He had to hold on. In the distance, the moon came into view, the small research station perched on its surface like an abandoned relic. His pulse quickened. He wasn't sure how much time he had left. The station was his last chance. With everything he had left, Kyle fought to maintain control over the growing singularity inside him. The force was more than he had ever bargained for, and each second felt like an eternity. He could feel the universe bending around him, like a rubber band pulled to the breaking point. But he wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot. The ship careened toward the research station's docking bay, and Kyle pulled the controls to the maximum. His entire body shuddered with the effort. There was a sharp, unbearable pop as the gravitational field inside him suddenly reversed. Everything in the ship slammed into the walls, a cacophony of noise as objects flew toward the center of the ship, sucked into the void that was growing inside his chest. He could feel the moment when the ship touched down. The stabilizers kicked in. But it wasn't enough. The black hole inside him was still trying to pull everything in. With one last surge of energy, Kyle forced the power of the quantum field generator to its limits. The gravity inside him fought against it, but he pushed harder, pushed with everything he had left, and then, silence. The air in the ship felt lighter. The pull was gone. The hum of the quantum field generator was faint, but it was enough. Kyle slumped in the captain's chair, gasping for air. The pain in his chest was gone. The pressure, the endless hunger, it had all faded. For now he let out a shaky breath, looking at the dimly lit research station through the viewport. It had worked. He had stopped it. But it wasn't over. Not yet, the black hole inside him hadn't disappeared. It was still there, lurking. And he knew that it would always be there, waiting for the next time he slipped up. He had come close to losing everything. But in that fleeting moment of victory, he couldn't help but smile. He had survived, but the journey wasn't over, not by a long shot. The hum of machinery filled the laboratory, like a swarm of bees trapped in a bell jar. It was a sound Adrian Kepler had come to know well, an intimate symphony of precision and power. But today, it was different. Today, the air crackled with something more, something that had never been there before, the promise of greatness, or disaster. Adrian stood at the center of the room, adjusting the dials on the control panel with a steady hand, his heart beating a little faster than usual. He had spent years of his life building this experiment, chasing a single, almost impossible dream, to harness the power of black holes, not as destructive forces, but as tools, manipulable in ways that defied the very laws of physics. His colleagues had laughed at him when he first suggested the idea, calling him reckless, delusional even. But today, Adrian was about to prove them all wrong. Behind him, his assistant Phil, his intern, watched nervously. The kid was only a year out of college, and the wide-eyed awe he had once shown for Adrian's work had been replaced with quiet apprehension. Today wasn't just any experiment. Today was the culmination of everything Adrian had worked for. A chance to step beyond the boundary of human understanding. "You're sure this is safe?" Phil asked, a hint of doubt creeping into his voice. His fingers fidgeted with the edge of his notepad. Adrian didn't look back. His gaze was fixed on the flickering screens in front of him, the swirling images of theoretical equations and black hole simulations. "Safety is subjective," he said, almost to himself. "I mean, you can't expect progress without a little risk, can you?" Phil gulped. "Yeah, well, you are talking about creating a mini black hole. In here. On purpose." Adrian turned his head slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "It's fine, Phil. What could go wrong?" He didn't bother to explain the complexity of what he was about to do. Phil wouldn't understand, and Adrian didn't have time for explanations. The world would understand soon enough. The room grew darker as the main device activated, a massive, complicated machine that resembled a tangle of wires and spheres, a mechanical spider built to pull apart the very fabric of reality. Adrian hit a final switch, and the machine whirred to life. The air around them seemed to vibrate, the atoms buzzing like 1,000 whispers in an ancient tongue, and then, there was a bright flash of light. A flash that tore through Adrian's retinas, sending a jolt through his body. It wasn't the explosion he expected. It wasn't a violent rupture of the space-time continuum. No, this was something more subtle. Something that slipped beneath his skin. For a moment, everything went silent. Phil stood frozen, his mouth open, eyes wide with shock. Adrian reached for his glasses, feeling a dull pain at the back of his head as he adjusted them. His fingers trembled, his skin feeling suddenly too tight, as though something inside him was pushing against the boundaries of his body. Dr. Kepler?" Phil's voice was small, uncertain. You okay?" Adrian blinked. The room was still dark, but he could see clearly now, more clearly than ever. His eyes darted to the monitor. The black hole simulation that had been running on screen was now frozen, suspended in time, hovering like a dark god above a blue-lit altar. "I'm fine, Phil," Adrian said, though there was an odd weight to his voice. He tried to steady himself, but his legs felt unsteady, like they were floating just a few inches above the floor. He looked down, half expecting to see the ground beneath him. Instead, he saw the walls of the lab bending inward. No, not the walls themselves, but the space between him and the walls, warping, twisting as though the very air around him had turned elastic. The sensation of weightlessness surged again. His mind reeled. What's happening to me?" Adrian muttered, almost too softly for Phil to hear. His heart pounded in his chest as he reached out instinctively, touching the wall beside him. But instead of feeling the cold metal surface of the lab, his fingers sank through it. Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen, Adrian said, his voice a little too loud, a little too frantic. His hand pulled back quickly. The space in front of him seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone. His gaze flicked to Phil, who stood frozen in the doorway, staring at him with wide eyes. Did you see that? Adrian asked, his voice shaking now. Phil nodded, his mouth agape. Yeah, I saw it. Your hand just went through the wall. Adrian stared down at his fingers. They were trembling. He could feel the power, the force, pulsing beneath his skin. His breath caught in his throat as he realized something even more terrifying. The particles, the black hole particles, hadn't just interacted with his experiment. They had entered his body. It was a rush, a high, a feeling unlike anything he had ever experienced. He could bend space. He could twist time. He could erase things from existence itself. For a brief moment, all of it seemed beautiful, like some kind of cosmic art, a dance between creation and destruction. His first instinct was to test it. The phone on the desk. He focused on it, and in an instant, it disappeared, vanishing into nothingness. Not broken, not thrown, but completely erased from reality. Dr. Kepler. Phil's voice snapped him out of his trance. What did you do to the phone? It's gone. Like it never existed. Adrian looked at Phil, a grin slowly spreading across his face. I just made it disappear, he said, his voice carrying an eerie calm. Do you see it now, Phil? Do you see what we can do? Phil swallowed hard, taking a step back. I think we need to stop the experiment. Before Phil could finish, Adrian flicked his wrist. The intern's words dissolved into the air, as though they had been swallowed by some unseen force. Adrian turned, marveling at the sensation. He had done it. He had unlocked the ability to control reality itself. But then, something changed. The air seemed to thicken around him, pressing against his skin, pulling at the edges of his mind. The high that had come with his discovery began to fade, replaced by a creeping dread. Something was wrong. The particles, the black hole particles, had not only given him power, they had begun to consume him. Adrian's heart raced as he staggered toward the control panel. The first sign of something slipping out of his grasp, the walls of the lab were still bending and warping. Time itself was starting to lose its grip. He could feel it, like the world was dissolving into a soup of possibilities. The clock on the wall stopped ticking. Not just slowed down. It stopped. Adrian's breath hitched. He glanced at the mirror above the sink. His reflection was distorted, his features twisting unnaturally, as if caught in a vortex. The black hole energy inside him was hungry, thirsty for more. And it was beginning to feed. I need to stop this, Adrian whispered to himself. Before it's too late. Adrian staggered back from the mirror, his pulse pounding in his ears as his reflection twisted in a way that felt both alien and terrifying. The black hole particles inside him were no longer a mere curiosity, they were consuming him. Slowly, he began to realize that the power he'd gained wasn't just a gift, it was a virus, one that would devour not only him but everything in its wake. The room pulsed, the walls stretching and contracting like the slow rhythm of a heartbeat, and Adrian stumbled to the center of the lab, trying to steady himself. He was dimly aware of Phil in the corner, his wide eyes flicking from the warped mirror to Adrian, his mouth working soundlessly as though trying to speak but finding no words. Phil, stay back, Adrian snapped, though his voice barely rose above a rasp. He didn't know if it was the particles, or his own fear, but the words felt disconnected from his body. Like he was speaking from a place far, far away. Phil took another step backward, looking at the walls with a mix of terror and fascination. What happened to you? The question was like a mantra in the room, slow, deliberate, and damning. Adrian didn't answer. His hands were shaking, and he couldn't stop them. Every part of him felt too big for his own skin, like the universe itself was pressing against him. He closed his eyes, willing himself to focus, to regain control. He reached out, almost instinctively, to steady himself against the desk, but it felt wrong. The desk was alive, in some bizarre, unfamiliar way. It wasn't simply wood and metal anymore, it was pulsing, shifting, bending like soft clay in the palm of an unseen giant. His breath quickened. The air itself was too thick now, too oppressive. And then, in a blink, he saw the truth. The black hole particles, which had originally just been a tiny, theoretical experiment, had latched onto him like a parasite. And now, they were spreading, spilling into the very space around him, warping everything. Reality itself was crumbling at the edges, and Adrian could feel himself slipping further into it. His body was no longer his own, it was an engine of destruction, and it was firing on all cylinders. He glanced at the screen again. The simulation, the one that had originally shown a stable, controlled black hole, was now nothing more than a swirling chaos of unstable energy. The image flickered and vibrated. Adrian felt a pull deep inside, an urge to reach through the screen, to touch that swirling mass of energy, to take control. But he resisted. He had to. Adrian, Phil's voice was faint, trembling. You've got to fix this. We need to. Shut up. Adrian snapped, his voice unexpectedly sharp. I don't know how to fix this. I didn't plan for this. The words came out in a ragged breath, like he was speaking through sandpaper. His thoughts were slipping away, unraveling faster than he could stitch them together. He needed to think. To concentrate. With a violent shove, Adrian pushed away from the desk, but instead of the solid resistance of the desk, his body shot forward like it had been thrust by an invisible force, tumbling toward the wall. He barely had time to react before he slammed into it, though, instead of feeling the expected sting of impact, he felt a strange, liquid sensation. He was no longer touching the wall, he was passing through it. The physical world bent around him like soft clay. Phil screamed, but Adrian couldn't hear him anymore. His senses were overwhelmed by the rising hum in his chest, the unbearable pressure from the particles now swirling inside him. The black hole particles had fused with his own molecules, entwining themselves in ways no human brain could comprehend. The pull within him was more than just gravitational, it was insatiable, an empty hunger that could never be satisfied. Adrian stumbled back, his hand reaching for the air, but instead of stopping at the surface of the wall, his fingers sank deeper, as though the very fabric of space was thinning beneath his touch. The walls were dissolving. No, it wasn't the walls. It was him. He was disappearing. His own body was becoming part of the void. God, no. Adrian gasped, his voice catching as panic rose in his throat. No, no, no. The words didn't seem to make sense. They hung in the air like whispers, vanishing before they could leave his mouth. With a Herculean effort, Adrian forced himself back into the present moment. He focused, tried to focus, on something, anything, that could anchor him. His mind clung to the image of the control panel. Stop this. He needed to stop this before it consumed everything. But the black hole inside him was insistent. It wanted more. It wanted to feed. In desperation, Adrian reached for the nearest object, a chair that had been knocked over in the chaos, and willed it to vanish. But as he did, something strange happened. The chair didn't simply disappear into nothingness. It was pulled into him, sucked inside, as though his very body had become a vacuum, devouring the matter around him. No! Adrian gasped, trying to pull the chair back. But it was gone, swallowed whole by the force inside him, leaving only a sickening emptiness behind. Adrian, please, Phil pleaded from across the room, his voice trembling with fear. You have to stop this. You're you're killing everything." Adrian turned to him, the words of panic and regret bubbling up in his throat. He opened his mouth to speak, to beg for help, but when he tried, nothing came out. The space between them began to stretch, as if they were both caught in a slow-motion distortion. Time itself was bending again. He felt it. Saw it. He could hear the space-time continuum bending and groaning, the edges of the world warping into a spiral of impossible angles, and then, there was a loud crack, followed by a sudden, bone-rattling silence. Adrian's hand shot to his head as the world around him spun wildly, the ground beneath his feet beginning to sway as if it were water. He couldn't stay focused anymore. His vision blurred, and he staggered forward, almost falling over the desk before finally collapsing to his knees. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. "I need to fix this." The thought echoed through his head, a desperate cry for sanity. But how? How could he possibly fix something so fundamentally broken? How could he fight something that was inside him, rewriting the rules of existence with every breath he took? The lab around him seemed to be collapsing. The edges of his vision began to fold in on themselves, the floor itself warping and stretching like taffy. He reached out to steady himself, but his hand sank into the air as though the universe itself had become liquid. And then, with a sickening lurch, the last vestiges of the lab, the walls, the floor, the desk, Phil's terrified face, all disappeared. There was nothing. Only darkness. Only the overwhelming pull of the void. Adrian felt the last traces of the lab dissolve into nothingness, the pull of the black hole particles inside him dragging everything into a singularity of chaos. His body was no longer solid, his thoughts disjointed as the very fabric of reality seemed to bend and collapse. Time stretched, then contracted. The world around him flickered like a broken TV signal, jumping for moments, disjointed, unhinged. He tried to scream, but no sound came. Not that it would have mattered. There was nothing left to scream at. The space that had once held his laboratory, his sense of control, was gone. The air around him was as dark as the deepest part of space, a void that sucked in the last traces of his humanity. For a long moment, he couldn't feel his body. It was as if he had lost all sensation, as if he were floating inside the very fabric of the universe. He was inside the black hole. No, worse. He had become the black hole. And he was nothing but a whisper, a flicker of existence in the vast, suffocating void. Then, like a sudden crash of thunder after a long silence, Adrian was yanked back into himself. He gasped. The cold, sharp reality of his own skin hit him like a slap. He was, somewhere. But where? The world around him was no longer a familiar space, no longer the controlled lab he had once known. No. He was standing in the middle of a vast, empty wasteland. The ground beneath his feet was cracked, like dried mud, with deep fissures running through it. The air was thick with a strange, oppressive weight, the kind of atmosphere one would expect to feel on a distant, dying planet. And yet, it was familiar. It felt like something he had once seen in a dream, a place where the laws of physics no longer mattered. He stumbled forward, his legs shaking beneath him, feeling the intense, almost unbearable pull of the void growing stronger with each step. The ground beneath him trembled as if reacting to his every movement. His breath came in sharp, desperate gasps, his heart pounding painfully in his chest as though trying to break free from its confines. The pull inside him, the hunger of the black hole particles, was relentless. "Please," Adrian whispered to himself, though he wasn't sure if he was begging for mercy or for clarity. "Please, let me out. Let me fix this." But his words seemed to be swallowed by the thick, unyielding silence of the place. There was no echo, no sound of any kind. Only the weight of the silence pressed against him like a physical force. He closed his eyes, trying to steady his breathing, trying to think. He had to do something. The lab was gone, yes, but the particles were still inside him. He could feel them, writhing, consuming his insides, bending space and time around him, pulling everything toward an inevitable collapse. The more he tried to suppress them, the more they seemed to grow, expanding within him, devouring the very world around him. He reached out, instinctively, to control it, to push back against the overwhelming force. His hand shot through the air, and in that moment, he felt the space stretch under his fingers. The air around him shimmered, like the surface of a pool disturbed by a single drop. But the sensation was fleeting, disappearing almost as quickly as it had come. God, Adrian breathed, his voice barely audible. What have I done? There was a sudden movement at the corner of his vision. He turned sharply, his heart thudding in his chest as he saw something, someone, emerging from the darkness. It was Phil. The intern. He was standing there, in the distance, eyes wide and filled with terror. Phil? Adrian called out, his voice desperate. But the words felt strange, foreign to him, as though the very concept of speech was becoming alien. Phil's face was twisted with fear, but it wasn't fear of Adrian, not exactly. It was something deeper, something more primal. He didn't say anything at first, just stared. Adrian could see the shadows of confusion and horror shifting across his face. Dr. Kepler? Phil finally spoke, his voice trembling as he took a step forward. Where are we? What is this place? Adrian's throat tightened, and for a moment, he could hardly breathe. He had no answer. The world around him, the strange, desolate landscape, seemed to swallow up the words he wanted to say. His thoughts were disjointed, and even the sound of his own voice seemed strange, distant, as if it were coming from a place far removed from reality. I don't know, Adrian managed to say. He shook his head, his mind racing. I don't know what happened. I was trying to control it. But I can't. I can't control it. Phil's eyes flicked to the ground, then to the sky above. But the sky was just as dark, endless, and empty as the ground beneath their feet. There was nothing. No stars, no clouds, no sun, just a void stretching forever in all directions. Adrian's hands clenched into fists at his sides, the black hole particles inside him pulling at everything, at Phil, at the space around them, at the very core of his being. He could feel it. The hunger. The overwhelming, insatiable hunger to consume. It was a part of him now, an extension of his will, and yet it felt more like an alien force, an uncontrollable, destructive presence that was beginning to devour everything it touched. I have to fix this, Adrian said, more to himself than to Phil. His eyes were wide with a wild, almost frantic intensity. He could feel the pull inside him growing stronger, the energy of the black hole building up, threatening to break free of him completely. Adrian, Phil said softly, his voice a tremor in the empty wasteland. What do you mean, fix this? It's happening, isn't it? We're already gone. Adrian turned sharply to look at him. His breath hitched in his chest. No, he whispered. No, we're not gone. I can stop this. I can fix it. But even as he said the words, he wasn't sure. He didn't know how to stop it. He didn't know how to reverse what had happened. The black hole particles inside him were beyond his control. They were no longer just a tool. They were a force of nature. And now, the longer he tried to fight them, the more they consumed him. Adrian took a deep breath, reaching for the fragment of rationality still buried beneath the panic. There had to be a way. He had to think. He had to find a way to reset this, revert back to the moment before he inhaled the particles, before he made the mistake of allowing them inside. But the longer he stayed in this place, the more the void stretched. And the more it stretched, the more he felt himself vanishing. The black hole particles were eating at his very existence, pulling him further from the world he had once known. I can't let this happen, Adrian whispered, more to himself than to Phil. He felt a sudden, intense urge to do something, anything, to stop the collapse. To reset the moment when everything went wrong. Adrian closed his eyes and focused with every ounce of his will. His body, though still faintly tethered to the physical world, felt thin. He reached into the darkness around him, trying to grasp at the very fabric of reality, trying to bend time and space. And for a fleeting second, he thought he might have done it. The world around him flickered. The horizon wavered. The particles inside him throbbed, as if responding to his desperate plea for control, but then, with a loud, gut-wrenching crack, the void snapped back. The ground shook, the air rushed in all directions, and everything around him, Phil, the wasteland, the very concept of space itself, collapsed inward, pulled into the black hole that had become Adrian's very essence. There was a moment of stillness. Of nothingness, then, everything stopped. Anna Thorne was not a superstitious woman. She had grown up in a world of numbers, equations, and the cold logic of the cosmos. If she was nervous about anything, it was the failure of her theories, the inability to prove the things she suspected about the universe, and the nagging, unquantifiable feeling that something in the stars was slipping away from her understanding. But on the night it happened, that odd, inexplicable sense of something bigger, something like fate or chaos, settled into her bones. It was well past midnight at the Griffith Observatory. The fog had rolled in heavy that evening, as it often did in Los Angeles, but tonight it seemed as though the entire city had been swallowed up by the mist. Anna didn't mind. The night shift was her time. She thrived in the quiet hum of the machines and the steady pulse of the stars blinking back at her. Her job was simple, at least in theory: observe, collect data, analyze. But her mind was anything but simple. There was a part of the universe, something small and obscure, that had caught her attention. A particle from a mini black hole, so tiny it was almost imperceptible, had somehow drifted toward Earth. She'd been tracking it for days, like a hunter pursuing a prize that could change everything. At that moment, Anna was staring at the screen of her telescope, a dizzying array of swirling galaxies, distant stars, and cosmic dust. She zoomed in. There it was, the particle. It was barely more than a speck of nothingness in the grand scheme of the universe, but to her, it was the Holy Grail. This tiny speck was a fragment of the universe's deepest mystery, black holes. It didn't belong here, and its very existence on the outskirts of Earth's atmosphere suggested something new. Let's take a closer look, she muttered under her breath. The machine beeped in acknowledgement. Anna adjusted the settings of the telescope, focusing more precisely on the particle. It was like a deep, pulsing void. It wasn't just gravity she was dealing with, it was something far more enigmatic, far more dangerous. Just a little more, she whispered, almost to herself. She tapped a few buttons on the console, but nothing happened. Frustrated, she leaned closer to the screen, her face almost pressed against the glass. It was then that something strange occurred. The particle flickered. Just for a moment. The kind of flicker you might mistake for an electrical glitch, except it wasn't. It grew. Slowly at first, then faster, until the particle bloomed into a swirling vortex of darkness, like a black hole, but far smaller, far more concentrated. Anna's heart skipped a beat. Before she could react, the vortex snapped, pulling the light from the surrounding stars into itself, warping the fabric of space around her. The sound in the observatory shifted, like a hum growing into a deep, ear-splitting roar. The lights flickered, then went out entirely, her vision blurred. Her chest tightened as though the very air had become 1,000 times denser. Her pulse raced, and in that instant, she felt it, the gravitational pull. It was like a weight at the center of her being, drawing her, bending her reality. The black hole particle had entered her. A flash of white light. Then nothing. When Anna woke up, she wasn't sure where she was, or who she was. For a brief moment, it was as if she were submerged in water, hearing muffled sounds and feeling the world around her like a distant dream. But then the sounds cleared. The world sharpened. And that's when she saw it, her own reflection. Or rather, what was left of her reflection. She stood up in a daze, trying to steady herself, but when she looked at the glass of the nearby window, she froze. Her eyes, her pupils, they were glowing. Not in any normal sense, but glowing with an unnatural intensity, a bright and piercing light, as though the very fabric of the universe had filtered through her gaze. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the realization that her sight wasn't just ordinary sight anymore. Through her reflection, she could see through the observatory walls. She could see the stars beyond. The deep, abyssal blackness of space, with all its gleaming suns and swirling nebulae. And not just that, she could see into the fabric of space-time itself, as if she were peering through a window into a dimension beyond human comprehension. She stumbled back, holding her head in her hands. This wasn't right. This couldn't be right. She reached instinctively for her coffee mug, setting it down on the desk next to her. But it didn't sit still. The mug floated a few inches into the air, like an invisible hand was holding it up. The look on Anna's face shifted from disbelief to a quiet horror. "Okay," she whispered to herself. "That's not normal." She let out a breath, trying to calm herself, but the power, it was still there, surging through her veins. She tried again. Focused. Thought about the mug. She imagined it gently setting down on the desk. It obeyed. But then it shot across the room, slamming into the wall with a satisfying crash. "Great," she muttered, rubbing her eyes. "Now I'm a cosmic vacuum cleaner." She took a breath, steadying herself. The black hole particle, she had absorbed it. Somehow, it had fused with her. Her mind raced. How? Why? And most importantly, what now? A sickening sense of power coursed through her. Power and danger. She could feel the universe responding to her thoughts, her will, bending under her control. But at the same time, she could feel something darker tugging at the edges of her perception. She could feel the edges of her reality warping, and it terrified her. "What the hell have I done?" she whispered to herself, her voice shaking. Her mind raced. This couldn't be real. She was a scientist, an astronomer. She had studied black holes for years, had written countless papers, attended conferences, held lectures on their mystery. But this? This was something beyond theory. Beyond comprehension. But then her phone buzzed, breaking her from the daze. She didn't recognize the number, but she answered anyway. "Anna?" "It's Dr. Lee," came the voice on the other end. "Listen to me, there's been a report of unusual gravitational anomalies near your observatory. Is everything all right? Is something happening with your research?" Anna paused, her mind grappling for something coherent to say. Something that didn't involve black hole particles fusing with her body. She opened her mouth, but before she could speak, a low hum filled the room. A low vibration, like the pulse of a heartbeat, but it was coming from inside her. Her vision blurred again. She felt the pull, a gravitational force, like the Earth's gravity, but amplified, distorted. It was pulling at her, pulling at everything around her. Objects in the room began to shift, slide, and fall, all drawn toward her, helpless against her growing power. Her heart raced, and she felt a horrible rush of dizziness. "Anna?" Dr. Lee's voice crackled again. "Anna? Can you hear me? What's going on? You're changing the fabric of spacetime itself. You need to stop." Before he could finish, the call dropped. She was alone, and she could feel it now, the thing inside her. The black hole wasn't just something she could see or control. It was feeding on her. Feeding on everything around her. Slowly, steadily, it was pulling her, pulling everything, toward its endless, all-consuming hunger. Anna couldn't let this go on. She couldn't let it spiral out of control. But she didn't know how to stop it. Anna's mind raced. The force inside her was growing stronger by the second, an uncontrollable pressure building within her chest as though her very atoms were being stretched and compressed by the gravitational waves she had unwittingly unleashed. She could feel the space around her bending, the fabric of reality warping like a thick, viscous liquid. It was like being at the center of a storm, unable to stop the winds or even recognize the storm for what it was. The room around her spun. She felt dizzy, disoriented, her heart beating erratically. The pull grew more intense, furniture slid across the floor, the walls themselves seeming to bend inward, drawing everything toward her. The air felt thick with unseen forces, pressing against her like a living thing. Anna grabbed the edge of the desk, trying to steady herself, but the force inside her was too strong. She closed her eyes, willing the sensation to stop, but instead, she felt something worse, the black hole's influence reaching further into her, pulling at her very being, urging her to let go, to give in. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling, her hands trembling as she forced herself to her feet. She had to fight it. She had no choice. If she couldn't control this, the consequences would be unimaginable. But how could she control something so ancient and powerful? How could she, one small, imperfect human, hope to contain the universe's most mysterious force? The black hole had already begun consuming the world around her. She could feel it. Her vision had become a haze of fractured light and shadow, of stars spinning and collapsing in on themselves. Her pulse pounded in her ears. Her mouth went dry. A sound broke through the chaos, the phone, still lying on the desk, buzzing once again. Anna grabbed it without thinking, but her hand trembled as she raised it to her ear. "Anna?" It was Dr. Lee, his voice strained, panicked. "We're picking up more anomalies. The gravitational field around you is becoming unstable. This could end very badly. You have to shut it down. Whatever you did, stop it before it." "I can't." Anna snapped, her breath ragged. "It's inside me, Lee. It's inside me. I can't control it. I can't stop it." The words felt like they were being pulled from her chest, each one leaving her weaker than the last. She could feel the black hole's hunger gnawing at her insides, like it was slowly devouring her very soul. She was no longer sure where her body ended and where the black hole began. She staggered toward the window, desperate for air, desperate for clarity. Her eyes fell on the city below, Los Angeles, the sprawling metropolis beneath the dome of her observatory. The city was so distant, yet everything felt so close, so fragile. Everything could be pulled into this. If she lost control, if the gravitational field continued to escalate, everything in her immediate vicinity would collapse into the singularity she had accidentally birthed. The very ground beneath her feet would tear open, and the city, the world, would fall into the black hole's maw. She couldn't let that happen. She wouldn't. There had to be a way out of this. There had to be a way to contain it. She was a scientist, and she would find a way. She had to. Taking a deep breath, Anna focused, willing her body to calm, her mind to steady. She reached out, trying to control the pull of gravity, trying to push back against the wave of force that was consuming everything around her. She closed her eyes and pictured the black hole, tiny, insignificant, a point of dense, insatiable hunger. If she could only control it, bend it to her will, her body began to hum, a low, vibrating frequency that made her teeth ache. She could feel it. She could feel the entire universe shifting around her, the edges of time and space trembling in her grasp. But then, as she focused harder, as she fought to contain the force inside her, something happened. The world around her ripped apart. The gravitational field shattered, and reality splintered like glass. She heard the cracking sound of the universe itself breaking, and she screamed. The pain was unbearable. It was as though every atom in her body was being stretched apart, torn between the universe's pull and the force inside her. Her vision blurred. The room spun. Her body quivered under the strain. "No, no, no, no," she gasped, each word escaping her lips like a prayer. It was as though the black hole was laughing at her, mocking her feeble attempts to control it. She could feel it, its hunger, its power, as though it were waiting for her to break, to submit. But Anna refused. She couldn't give up now. She wouldn't. With a cry of desperation, she thrust her hands out in front of her, forcing her will into the black hole, trying to close the rift, to force the anomaly back into its proper place. there was a moment of stillness, as if the universe was holding its breath. And then, the pull released. The gravitational force snapped back, slamming Anna against the wall. Her body felt as though it were being crushed under an invisible weight. For a moment, everything was silent. The room was still. The walls didn't bend. The stars didn't flicker. Anna took a slow, shaking breath, her mind struggling to process what had just happened. She stood there, her hands pressed against the floor, her knees weak, but something in her had changed. She had done it. She had contained it, if only for a moment, but it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Anna looked up at the stars through the window, her mind still reeling. She could feel the black hole still inside her, still pulling, still hungry. But now, at least, she understood it. She understood the danger it posed, and she knew what she had to do. She needed help. She couldn't do this alone. Anna didn't waste any time. She picked up her phone, her hands steady now as she dialed Dr. Lee's number once again. He answered almost immediately. "Anna, are you all right? What's happening?" His voice was laced with concern, but Anna didn't have the time to explain everything. She didn't have the time to ease his fears. They needed to act, and they needed to act fast. "Lee," she said, her voice sharp, commanding. "I need you to gather a team. I don't care where you get them from, but I need the best minds in gravitational physics and quantum mechanics. I don't care if you have to call in favors. I need help before this, before I destroy everything." She didn't need to say, "I'm on it," Dr. Lee replied quickly. Just hang in there. We'll figure this out." Anna disconnected the call and looked back at the stars. The vast, empty dark stretched out beyond the window, and for the first time, she felt a pang of something she hadn't felt before. Fear of the unknown, fear of herself. She didn't know what she was becoming. She didn't know what had happened to her, or what would happen if she couldn't contain the black hole, but she couldn't back down now. The universe was asking something of her, and if she didn't respond, if she didn't take control, there would be nothing left to save. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway outside, and Anna's thoughts snapped back to the present. She wiped a hand across her face, trying to steady herself. The team was coming. She had to be ready, and she would be. There was no other choice. Anna stood in the darkened observatory, her hands still trembling from the force of what had just transpired. She felt the room pulse around her, every corner of it alive with the energy of the black hole within her. She had contained it, for now, but she knew it was only a matter of time before the pull became too much to bear again. She was fighting against something older, stronger, and more powerful than anything she could have imagined. Her breath came shallow and fast, the reality of the situation sinking in. She wasn't just studying a black hole now, she was one. The thought sent a chill through her chest. She could feel its presence within her, like a pressure against her ribs, an insatiable hunger that was always just beneath the surface, waiting for her to lose control again. The stars outside the observatory window seemed to shimmer with a new, unearthly brightness, as though they were aware of what had happened. Anna couldn't help but feel like they were mocking her, silent, ancient, eternal. She had always looked to the stars for answers. Now they were watching her, waiting to see how long she could survive this cosmic accident, this unfathomable force that had fused itself with her very essence. The footsteps in the hall outside were growing closer, a slow rhythm that seemed to match the erratic beating of her heart. She straightened herself, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and turned toward the door. She had no time for self-pity. There were bigger problems now. The door opened, and Dr. Lee stepped in, his face drawn tight with worry. Behind him was a group of physicists, strangers to Anna but clearly highly trained. They were all here for the same reason, to help her figure out how to reverse the disaster she had unknowingly set in motion. "Anna, Dr. Lee started, but his words trailed off when he saw the look in her eyes. He had never seen her like this. She was always so composed, so methodical. Now she was different. Her eyes seemed to glow with a strange intensity, her hands trembling, but there was something else in the way she stood, something that seemed to stretch beyond the physical world, as though she were no longer entirely human. "We need to act fast," Anna said, her voice more clipped than usual. "I can feel it. The gravitational field, it's growing. We can't waste any more time." Dr. Lee exchanged a look with the others, and they stepped into the room, the weight of the situation settling heavily over them all. There was no denying the scale of the danger now. The black hole, small as it was a living thing. It was feeding on Anna's energy, on the surrounding space, and if they didn't do something soon, it would consume everything in its path. "What can we do?" one of the physicists asked, her voice steady, but Anna could hear the edge of fear beneath it. "We're talking about an event horizon. A singularity." "I know what it is," Anna snapped, the edge of her tone surprising even herself. "I'm inside it. And it's inside me. But that's why you're all here. You're the ones who can figure out how to stop it." There was a long silence. The room was heavy with the weight of her words. "Anna, you've done something no one has ever done before," Dr. Lee said finally. His voice was soft, almost hesitant. "You've merged with the black hole particle. You've made it a part of you. And if we don't find a way to disconnect you from it, I'll destroy everything," Anna finished for him, her voice tight with suppressed panic. She forced herself to breathe. "But I won't let that happen. I won't let myself become a weapon." The physicists began to gather around the table, whispering in low voices, exchanging ideas, and quickly scribbling equations on the whiteboard. Anna could feel their minds working, each one trying to grasp the problem from a different angle. But no matter how many equations they wrote, no matter how many theories they tossed around, Anna knew that the answer wasn't in any equation. The solution wasn't going to be found in numbers, she had to control it. She had to become it. The black hole was no longer just a phenomenon to study. It was a force inside her, a living thing that had become part of her DNA. The only way to stop it was to outthink it, to find a way to live with it, to make it bend to her will, not the other way around. But how? Anna rubbed her temples, trying to push the headache away. She needed focus. She needed clarity. And she needed to get out of here, out of this room, away from the scientists and their well-meaning but ineffective ideas. "I'm going to try something," she said abruptly. "I need to be alone." Dr. Lee's eyes widened. "What?" "Anna, we can't just let me try," she cut him off, her voice firm. "I'm not a lab rat, Lee. I've been inside this thing for hours. I know what it wants. I just need to give it something else to feed on." She turned without waiting for a response, heading for the door. She could hear them muttering behind her, the uncertainty in their voices, but she didn't care. She had to do this herself. She needed space to think, to feel, to reconnect with the power that was tearing her apart. She needed to give herself over to it fully, to understand it from the inside out. If she couldn't control it, maybe it would control her. But she wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. Anna stepped outside, into the cold night air. The stars above her seemed to shimmer with a new clarity. They were so far away, and yet so close, as though they were right there beside her, watching, waiting. She stood there for a long moment, feeling the pull in her chest. It wasn't just the gravitational pull, it was something else. Something deeper. She could feel it vibrating inside her, a hum of energy that seemed to touch the very core of her being. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It wasn't just about controlling the black hole anymore. It was about becoming the black hole. The pull, the hunger, it wasn't something she could push away. She had to embrace it. Slowly, she began to focus. She reached out with her mind, her thoughts stretching into the void, grasping for something, anything, to anchor her. The universe was vast, but here, in the depths of her own consciousness, the black hole was no longer an alien force. It was a part of her. And she could control it. She took another step forward, feeling the power surge through her. Her heartbeat echoed in her ears, a rhythm that matched the pulsing of the black hole inside her. The pull grew stronger, more intense. She felt the stars vibrating in the sky, as though they were alive with energy, responding to her presence. And then, without warning, it happened. The ground beneath her feet shifted. She could feel the gravitational forces bending around her. The black hole, her black hole, was beginning to obey her, to listen to her commands. She raised her hand, and in a moment of quiet focus, she willed it to shift, just a little, just enough to take the pressure off, and it did. She felt the tug inside her lessen, the crushing weight of the singularity pulling away, as though it had been tethered to her and was now, finally, under her control. For a brief, fleeting moment, Anna allowed herself a sense of relief. She had done it. She had controlled the black hole, and in doing so, she had controlled herself, but she knew this was just the beginning. She couldn't keep this up forever. The black hole was still inside her, still feeding on her, still growing. She had to find a permanent solution, one that didn't just contain the black hole, but erased it from her existence entirely. But for now, she had a little breathing room. And that was enough. As Anna stood in the cool night air, the vast expanse of space stretched out before her, an unbroken sea of stars. And for the first time in what felt like forever, she allowed herself a single, quiet laugh. She hadn't broken. Not yet, and she wasn't going to. Not as long as she could still think. Not as long as she could still control the forces that had so suddenly and violently overtaken her. The universe had thrown its greatest challenge at her, and Anna Thorne had accepted it. Jim Grant had always thought of himself as a man of practical science. He wasn't the type to get all caught up in theory or philosophy. Give him a problem, and he'd solve it. No muss, no fuss. It's probably why his colleagues at the Rutherford Space Research Center couldn't help but half laugh, half feel sorry for him. Jim was the guy who showed up in a plaid shirt, made bad jokes at the wrong time, and had an uncanny ability to make even the most groundbreaking discoveries look like a fluke. That night, though, it was going to be different. Jim had a plan, a bold one, and he was on the verge of something big. He wasn't going to stay in the shadow of his more polished colleagues, those pristine researchers with their impeccable credentials and flawless presentations. No, Jim was going to make history. All it took was a little tweaking. He was supposed to be running simulations of gravitational waves in a high-tech lab built to look like it belonged on Mars. But Jim had other ideas. The truth was, he didn't care much for simulations. What he wanted was to touch the thing itself, the very essence of a black hole. What he needed was a particle, a miniature black hole, one that could fit inside a device the size of a coffee cup. If he could study it in real time, just for a moment, then maybe, just maybe, he could unlock the secrets of the universe. There was, of course, the small issue that no one else in the lab was aware of Jim's little experiment. They'd all gone home for the night, leaving him alone with the equipment and a pot of stale coffee. He made sure no one was around to watch as he adjusted the settings, feeling a thrill run up his spine. This could be his big break. It could make him famous. His fingers danced across the controls, each movement calculated but slightly reckless. Jim had been working with black hole simulations for years, but this was something new. His supervisor, Dr. Marvin Du Bois, would have a coronary if he found out Jim was bypassing the safety protocols. But Jim didn't care about rules. He cared about discovery. And right now, the only thing between him and the most exciting scientific breakthrough of his life was a couple of sloppy clicks. With a final, dramatic flourish, Jim hit the start button. The machine hummed to life, its sleek metallic surface glowing faintly. The small, glass containment chamber at the center of the device shimmered with a strange, dark energy. Inside, a tiny black speck swirled, like a miniature version of the universe's most destructive force. Jim could feel his pulse quicken. He was about to witness history. And then, nothing happened. For a moment, Jim stood there, staring at the chamber in confusion. The black hole particle was supposed to stabilize within the field, but it seemed to be doing nothing. He frowned. Maybe the settings were off, maybe the containment field wasn't strong enough. He made another adjustment and then, thinking he had it figured out, gave the machine a quick little nudge. That was all it took. The machine whined like an old refrigerator, then suddenly flared to life in a burst of blue light so intense that Jim had to squint. The particles inside the containment chamber began to whir and spin faster, faster, until they formed a perfect miniature vortex. The energy around him crackled with a low hum, and then, swoosh, everything went dark. Jim blinked rapidly, disoriented. He didn't know what had happened. The lab was silent, the screens around him blank, and the strange hum that had filled the air was gone. Had the machine malfunctioned? Maybe he'd short-circuited it somehow. But then, he noticed something strange. The objects around him, the pencils, the papers, even the coffee cup he'd been holding moments before, were gone. That's when the first clue hit him: they had vanished. Jim stood up from his chair, confusion flooding his mind. He reached down to grab the coffee cup from the table, only to find that there was no table. It was just gone. His fingers brushed against empty air. He turned around, his heart starting to beat a little faster, and saw the same thing happening. His desk, everything on it, all the books and files, were simply missing. His breath caught in his throat. He glanced down at his hands. They were trembling. What the hell is going on? He took a few steps forward, half expecting to walk into a wall or bump into some hidden object. But instead, the room seemed emptier. Like the very air had thinned out, and things weren't just gone, they'd been pulled away. He looked up. The blinking lights on the device were still active, glowing a faint blue. But something felt off, like the whole lab was out of sync. Time felt warped in a strange way, like it was both standing still and rushing forward all at once. "Okay, Jim, you've seen weirder things than this," he muttered to himself. His voice was shaky but determined. "This is fine. Totally fine." He blinked again and tried to remember what he'd done, what exactly had triggered this bizarre phenomenon. He turned back toward the machine and pressed a button to deactivate the field, thinking he'd at least get the power down. Instead, the entire room shifted, and a small metallic object on the floor, a forgotten wrench, vanished. It was like watching something sink into water, only it wasn't liquid, it was nothingness. The wrench didn't just disappear, it was as though it had been erased from existence. Jim staggered back, his mouth going dry. He tried to breathe, but the air felt thinner somehow, harder to take in. And then it hit him with cold clarity: I did this. He had somehow triggered the collapse of reality. He had, without knowing it, created a gravitational field so strong that it was pulling everything in the lab into nothingness. Every object, every molecule around him was being devoured by a miniature black hole. He quickly closed his eyes and stepped back. Focus, Jim. Focus. This was something he could solve. He just needed to think. There had to be a way to stop it. He'd done this. He could undo it. He had the power, after all. But the more he concentrated on the lab's remaining contents, the more things seemed to slip away. His own thoughts felt distorted, like they were being stretched out of reach. He felt dizzy, lightheaded, like he was standing on the edge of some vast, terrifying precipice. Then, without warning, it happened again. His fingers brushed the desk, and the entire thing, screws, papers, chairs, began to fold in on itself. It didn't just disappear. It folded into the black hole. He stood there, powerless, as his workspace vanished before his eyes. His hands trembled as the objects around him, one by one, started to succumb to the pull. And the strangest part? Jim couldn't stop it. He didn't even know how to stop it. The only thing he knew for sure was that the particle he'd accidentally consumed wasn't just in the machine anymore. It was inside him, and it was growing. The hum of the machine had turned into a low, almost ominous buzz that seemed to vibrate the very walls of the lab. Jim stood frozen in place, his eyes darting around at the empty space, trying to make sense of what was happening. The floor beneath him seemed lighter, somehow. And as he glanced down at his feet, he saw the surface of the ground beginning to warp, just a little at first, like ripples spreading outward. He stumbled back, his heart pounding in his chest that he was still trying to grasp the gravity of what had happened, literally, and figure out how to fix it, but his mind felt scattered. Every object around him was vanishing into thin air, like pieces of some great cosmic puzzle being pulled away. His breath came in short gasps, the air around him feeling oddly heavy, as though it were pushing against him. Jim rubbed his temples. He couldn't focus, couldn't think straight. He had to stop the black hole before it consumed everything. His body, his mind, it was all under the control of something he didn't understand. The more he tried to wrestle with the pull, the worse it became, like trying to push back against a tidal wave with nothing but a paper fan. He knew what he had to do. He needed to reverse the process. Somehow, his eyes scanned the lab, the space that just moments ago had been filled with the hum of machines and the soft click of keyboards. Now, the room was quiet, eerily so, as if it had been abandoned for decades. A sinking feeling in his stomach told him that this wasn't just some freak accident anymore. This was something much worse, something dangerous. Jim staggered forward, heart hammering in his chest, toward the central console of the device. It still flickered with faint lights, but the screen was mostly blank. His mind raced through 1,000 possible solutions. The machine, he reasoned, must have been designed to contain and stabilize the black hole particle, so he could study it. But instead, it was doing the opposite, amplifying its effect. What he had to do was destabilize the gravitational pull, reverse the flow of energy, and shut the whole system down before it tore reality apart. But the more he thought about it, the more complicated it seemed. The particle had entered him, and as much as Jim hated to admit it, he was no longer entirely sure what was real and what was part of the black hole's gravitational field. He could feel it inside him, twisting and turning, pulling on his very bones. A sick, cold sensation began to spread through his chest, his pulse quickened. He had to act fast, reaching out, he pressed his hand against the console, hoping the device would recognize him and deactivate. The screen blinked once, twice, then a bright red warning flashed up. Warning, irreversible gravitational anomaly detected. Jim froze. The words were like a slap to the face. Irreversible. That meant there was no going back. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. There was still time, but it was running out. He had to find a way to neutralize the black hole within him before it grew any stronger. His first instinct was to reach for the emergency shutoff, a large red button that Dr. Du Bois had shown him only a week ago. But even as his fingers hovered over the button, something stopped him. A feeling, like an electric pulse, tingled across his skin. He realized that the energy from the black hole wasn't just a force, it was inside him, connected to his every thought, every movement. He couldn't just press a button and hope everything would be okay. He had to control it, but control. How? Jim's thoughts were scattered, racing in every direction. He stumbled backward, away from the console, his hands shaking violently. His breath was coming in short, jagged gasps. He felt dizzy, no, lightheaded, as though the air itself was thinning around him, making it harder to breathe. His vision swam. Every movement, every step seemed to be slowed by some invisible force, and when he looked up at the walls, he saw them rippling as though they were made of water. The edges of the room blurred, and the floor beneath him felt less solid. Jim's gut clenched. The lab, the world, was disintegrating. For a second, Jim wondered if he was just losing his mind. Maybe this was all in his head. Maybe he wasn't really experiencing this at all. Maybe he was just going insane. He tried to blink the dizziness away and steady his breathing. The more he focused, the more the gravity inside him felt like it was pulling at his insides, no, pulling him apart. Jim took a step back, then another, until his heel caught on the edge of something. He turned and stumbled into a shelf. But instead of just knocking over a few books, the shelf, along with everything on it, disappeared. His stomach dropped. He wanted to scream, to shout, but the words stuck in his throat, because in that moment, he realized, the lab wasn't just falling apart. He was causing it. His eyes went wide with horror. The miniature black hole wasn't contained inside the machine anymore. It was inside him. And it wasn't just consuming the lab. It was consuming everything. His mind flashed to the outside world. What if it spread to the city? What if it reached the planet? He couldn't let that happen. He couldn't let this black hole expand any further. Jim's hands were trembling violently now, but he forced himself to concentrate. He had to figure out how to reverse this. His thoughts spun, desperately clinging to the fragments of knowledge he'd amassed over the years, his research into gravitational waves, the theories on black holes, the calculations, the models. He had studied black holes his entire career, but now that he was faced with the very real threat of one inside him, all that knowledge felt useless. How could he stop something he didn't even understand? Another step back. And then another. The floor felt like it was buckling beneath him now, like a sinking ship. He turned to look at the door, the way out, but the hallway beyond was starting to vanish too, the edges curling up like the corners of a piece of paper burning. The lab, the building, his world, was disappearing into nothingness. Think, Jim. Think, he shouted, though it sounded weak, even to his own ears. He slammed his fist against his temple, the pain clearing his head for a moment. His breathing was erratic, and the black hole's pull was getting stronger. But even through the panic, a small voice inside his head whispered something, a reminder, a spark of clarity. It was the particle. The particle inside him. It wasn't just a passive thing. It was actively growing, pulling everything in. He had to stop it from expanding. He had to reverse the flow of energy. The machine, the device, it had been designed to harness the power of a black hole. It had been created to contain it. But what if Jim could turn that containment field around? What if he could channel the force that was inside him, not to amplify it, but to push it back? A plan formed in his mind, a crazy, reckless plan, but it was the only option left. Jim took a deep breath. He wasn't sure how long he had, but he couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't afford to. With one final, shaky step, Jim moved back toward the center of the room. His mind locked onto the console, on the rapidly blinking lights, on the unstable field that was expanding inside him. He focused. He focused, and then he reached deep within, not just to control the machine, but to control himself. And then, the impossible happened. Jim's heart thudded in his chest as he locked his gaze on the console. The warning lights blinked erratically, flashing in sync with the racing beat of his pulse. He had no time to think, no time to second-guess himself. His mind was too overwhelmed by the swirling black hole inside him, its energy crawling under his skin like a living thing, pushing him toward the edge of something irreversible. If he didn't act now, if he didn't do something drastic, this would all be over. The world would be over. His breathing was shallow, each inhale a struggle against the pull of the black hole's gravity. The air in the room was thick, oppressive, as if the space itself was collapsing under the weight of what he had unleashed. He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to focus, trying to push the chaos of the lab, and the growing void inside him, into the background. It was almost like trying to hold onto a thread while falling into an abyss. He knew what he had to do. The answer wasn't in the machine itself, it wasn't in the containment field or the scientific protocols that had failed him. No. The answer was within him. He had to reverse the flow of energy inside his own body. He had to find a way to redirect the gravitational force that had fused with his cells, to stop the black hole from expanding inside him. But how? How could he control something that was literally devouring his existence? Jim didn't have the luxury of time to think through every possible solution. The walls of the lab were starting to warp, the edges of reality bending and stretching like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. Objects, bits of paper, the corner of his desk, were disappearing, as though the lab itself was being unraveled by an invisible hand that he pushed his fear aside. He couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. His fingers twitched, reaching for the console, but it was a faint, futile gesture. His body felt heavy, weighed down by something far greater than just the black hole inside him. It was as if the very fabric of space was twisting around him, pulling him toward the center of an event horizon that was rapidly growing larger. Every thought, every action was distorted by the gravitational pull that seemed to press against his brain, urging him to make a choice, any choice, and then it clicked. He'd studied black holes for years. He knew the theory, the equations, the models. He knew that a singularity wasn't just an endpoint, it was a transition point. A boundary between what could be seen and what could not. If he could create a force within himself to counteract the gravitational pull, if he could focus his mind on collapsing the black hole from the inside, maybe, just maybe, he could reverse the process that it wasn't going to be easy. He could feel the black hole inside him swelling, pushing at the walls of his body, as if it were going to burst out. The energy in his limbs felt off, uncoordinated. He could barely move his hands, but he forced himself forward. His mind sharpened, focusing on the center of the storm inside him. He reached out, his fingertips brushing against the console once more. He felt it again, the pulse of power thrumming beneath his skin, the black hole reacting to his touch. This wasn't just physics anymore. It was something alive. Something that fed on his thoughts, his intentions, twisting them into nothingness. But Jim wasn't going to let that happen. He wasn't going to let it take everything. He had to fight it. He could fight it. He focused every ounce of willpower into that single thought: reverse it. Reverse the collapse. Push it back. The sensation inside him was maddening. The black hole fought back, trying to swallow him whole, but Jim pushed harder. His hands began to shake violently, but he didn't let go. His body felt like it was about to implode. The pull was growing stronger, more intense, like it was trying to tear him apart from the inside out. But he forced himself to concentrate, imagining the energy of the black hole, imagining the gravitational force that had taken hold of him and the lab, and pushing it back into itself. There was a flash of light, a surge of energy so powerful it nearly knocked him off his feet. His vision blurred, his muscles screamed in protest, but Jim didn't stop. He couldn't. For a long moment, nothing changed. The world around him continued to unravel, objects disappearing, the air growing thin. But Jim didn't stop. He willed himself forward, drawing from every scrap of energy left in his body, every piece of focus he could muster, and then, slowly, agonizingly, the black hole inside him began to shrink. It wasn't much at first, just a subtle shift, a faint ripple in the air. But Jim felt it. The pull weakened. The pressure inside him released, bit by bit. The sensation was unbearable, like pushing against the surface of a balloon that was slowly deflating. Another second. Another minute. Time seemed to stretch, warp, as if reality itself was holding its breath. Jim's body trembled, but his focus never wavered. He could feel it now, the black hole shrinking, contracting, collapsing back into itself, as though it had never existed. The lab flickered. The walls stopped warping. The oppressive air began to feel normal again. Jim took a gasping breath, his head swimming with relief. He felt the gravitational force around him, inside him, finally give way. And then, with one final, explosive rush of energy, the black hole inside him disappeared. Jim fell to his knees, his body trembling from exhaustion. His breathing was erratic, shallow. Sweat soaked through his clothes, but the air around him finally felt stable again. The room was still there, the lab intact. For the first time in what felt like hours, Jim took a deep, steadying breath. He was still alive, but that didn't mean he was out of the woods. Not yet. The lab was still intact, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. The black hole may have been contained for now, but Jim wasn't naive enough to think it wouldn't come back. It was still inside him, perhaps dormant, perhaps waiting for a chance to reclaim what it had lost. He had to be careful. He had to figure out how to contain it permanently before it destroyed everything. His thoughts raced. There was so much he needed to understand, so much he needed to do to fix this. But for now, he was just grateful for the fact that the world had not been obliterated in the blink of an eye. That, at least, was something. Jim stumbled to his feet, the dizziness slowly fading, replaced by a sense of quiet resolve. He wasn't out of danger yet. He still had the black hole inside him. But for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he wasn't helpless. He had taken control. And he would figure out how to make sure this never happened again. The thought of facing Dr. Du Bois, and the rest of the scientific community, suddenly seemed trivial. No, this was bigger than anything he'd ever imagined. This was his responsibility now. Jim wasn't just dealing with a scientific anomaly anymore. He was dealing with a power that had the potential to unravel everything. The universe had shown him its most terrifying side, and now it was Jim's turn to tame it. He glanced around the lab one last time, his heart still racing. His fingers tingled as he touched his chest, where the black hole had been. It wasn't gone forever. He knew that. But maybe, just maybe, he had found the key to controlling it. The world, for now, was safe. But Jim knew this was only the beginning. The lab was a mess. A beautiful mess, though, in the way only a scientist could appreciate. Wires snaked out from the walls like a nest of metallic snakes. Screens flickered with a dazzling array of equations, calculations, and graphs that meant nothing to most people but were poetry to Dr. Lily Zhang. She had a penchant for chaos, and this lab was a reflection of her brilliant mind, unpredictable, haphazard, but on the verge of something profound. Lily was bent over a workbench, adjusting a tiny metal component with the precision of a jeweler, her fingers moving so quickly that they seemed to blur. Perfect, she muttered to herself, her eyes gleaming. Her lab assistants, a group of graduate students who were terrified of her, shuffled nervously behind her, looking up at her with awe. She hardly noticed them. Dr. Zhang. One of the assistants, Trent, cleared his throat and stepped forward. He was a tall, lanky kid who looked more like a surfer than a scientist, but he had the kind of quiet enthusiasm that made him invaluable in the lab. He held up a mug of coffee, clearly hoping it would somehow compensate for his many failures with the machine's calibration. I fixed the thermosetting device. It should be stable now. Lily gave him a distracted thumbs up, not looking away from the circuit board. Great. I just need the gravitational wave generator hooked up to the field coil. Can you handle that? Trent nodded vigorously. Yes, ma'am. You got it. Lily finally stood up, cracking her back with a series of pops that sounded almost ominous. Her eyes were fixed on the massive contraption in the middle of the room, an enormous, gleaming machine that hummed with energy. The prototype, a miniature black hole generator, was ready for its first test. This wasn't just any experiment. This was the kind of project that had made Lily the talk of the scientific community, the kind of project that had drawn an endless supply of funding and media attention. She had been obsessed with black holes for years. The ability to manipulate their gravitational fields, to study their effects on time and space, would revolutionize physics, space travel, and maybe even reality itself. But this was no simple task. It required precision, and Lily didn't trust anyone to do it except herself. Okay, everyone, gather round, Lily announced, her voice cutting through the lab. The assistants instinctively moved in closer. Trent looked at the console nervously, but Lily was already in her zone, giving him no time to second-guess himself. We're about to create a black hole. A tiny one, but a black hole nonetheless. Think of it as the universe's ultimate power ball, just on a much smaller scale. The room was silent. No one dared to laugh, but the intern standing near the back gave an awkward chuckle. Lily, never one to shy away from her eccentricities, gave him a wink. "All right," she said, tapping in commands. "Initiating Phase 1. Everyone ready?" Trent hesitated for a moment before pressing a large green button. There was a low, vibrating hum, followed by a sharp spike in the energy readings. For a moment, everything seemed fine. A small pinprick of light appeared in the center of the machine, its gravitational pull detectable on the instruments. Lily stepped forward, watching the data streams with a focused intensity. "It's working," she said, her voice filled with excitement. But then the machine suddenly shook. A high-pitched whine filled the air, and the light at the center of the machine flared brightly. "Shut it down," shouted Trent. "Something's wrong." Lily didn't move. She leaned closer to the console, her eyes wide with concentration. There was a danger here, but there was also something else, a thrill she couldn't explain. She was on the cusp of a breakthrough. This was history unfolding in real time, and she would not let it slip away. The machine flickered again. Sparks erupted from the side. And then, there was a strange sound. A whoosh, like air rushing through a tunnel. Lily felt something tug at the pit of her stomach. Before anyone could react, the beam of light shot out of the machine, swirling into a spiraling vortex that seemed to bend and twist the very fabric of space around it. Everything in the lab began to pull toward the center of the phenomenon. Papers flew off desks, tools clattered to the ground, and the walls groaned under the pressure. Lily barely had time to scream before the world turned inside out. Lily's next conscious thought was of weightlessness. She floated in a strange, black space, her body twisting in slow motion. Her first instinct was panic, but then she felt something else, a strange clarity. Her thoughts seemed sharper, clearer, and yet, distorted, as if reality itself were warping around her. She blinked, and for a moment, the lab was there again, only everything was out of place. The monitors flickered. The assistants were frozen in time. The giant black hole generator had disappeared, and in its place, a rift in the air itself, a crack, glowing faintly, like the surface of shattered glass. "Lily?" Trent's voice came from somewhere far away. "Lily, are you?" She tried to respond, but no sound came from her mouth. Instead, she felt an odd pull in her chest. The rift flickered again, and she knew instinctively that it was her doing. She was the one who had caused it. The black hole particle, whatever it was, had attached itself to her, merging with her body and giving her something more than she had bargained for. Suddenly, the world around her snapped back into place. Her feet hit the ground. She looked around, and to her astonishment, the lab seemed different. The air felt thicker, the lights dimmer. But it wasn't just the physical surroundings. It was her. She could feel the pull of gravity in a way she had never experienced before. It was as if her mind had synced with the fabric of the universe itself. She felt the gravitational tug of every object around her, could sense how each one was affected by her presence. Before she could process the overwhelming sensation, she instinctively reached out, and the nearest tool, a wrench, moved toward her. The wrench hovered in the air, suspended by nothing but her will. She let go, and it dropped to the floor with a loud clink. Her pulse quickened. This was impossible. This shouldn't be possible. But it had happened. She had absorbed the black hole particle, and now she had the power to manipulate gravity itself. She glanced around the lab, half expecting to see her assistants in the same state as before, but they were all moving again, though cautiously. They stared at her, their eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear. They didn't know what had happened, but they saw the power in her. "Lily?" Trent whispered, his voice trembling. What did you do?" Lily's thoughts raced. She had no answers, only questions. She felt the energy of the black hole particle inside her, thrumming, pulsing, alive. She could control it. For a brief moment, she wondered if she could use this to solve all the world's problems, bend time, space, and matter to her will, but deep down, she also knew that nothing this powerful came without consequences. Lily stood there, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps as the tremors of the experiment continued to reverberate through the lab. The wrench hovered before her, suspended in midair like a toy. She reached out instinctively, and it shot toward her palm with a soft whoosh, as if obeying her every whim. The power was intoxicating, but there was a sharp edge to it, like a knife that could both protect and wound. She had barely scratched the surface of what she was capable of, and already, the very fabric of the room seemed to bend in response. The air was heavier, almost like the pressure had shifted. She could feel the pulse of the universe within her veins, as though the ground beneath her was no longer solid, but elastic, stretching at her will. Lily? Trent's voice trembled again, more cautious this time. Are you okay? She turned to face him. His eyes were wide, his face pale. He was standing a few feet away, his hand slightly raised as if to shield himself from whatever had just transpired. Fine, she said, though her voice didn't sound like her own. It was smoother, more measured, as though it was coming from somewhere deeper, something primal. She shook her head, trying to clear the disorienting sensation. I think I'm okay. But even as she said it, she knew it wasn't true. The black hole particle had merged with her in ways she didn't understand, and she could feel its presence within her, like a force that wasn't just in her body but in her mind. It was beginning to affect her thoughts, her very perception of reality. And if she wasn't careful, it might start to tear at the threads of the universe itself. The interns were still frozen, their eyes darting between her and the growing rift in space behind her. The rift was small, almost imperceptible at first, but it was there. Faint lines of light, like fractures in glass, spread across the air. It pulsed erratically, as if responding to Lily's emotions. Lily, Trent said again, this time stepping forward. What's happening? What's going on? She glanced back at the rift. It was growing, the fractures expanding with each passing second. And with it, her own sense of time seemed to warp. Her thoughts scattered. One moment, she was perfectly aware of her surroundings, and the next, everything felt distant, as if she were standing outside of herself. She exhaled sharply, trying to concentrate. The power was so new, so unpredictable. She couldn't control it, not fully. Not yet. Everyone, get back, Lily snapped, her voice sharp and commanding. Now. They didn't hesitate. The assistants, their faces still masks of confusion and fear, scrambled toward the door, eyes fixed on the crack that was slowly but surely tearing open space and time in front of them. It wasn't just a visual anomaly anymore. The air seemed to hum, vibrating with a low, rhythmic pulse. Lily stood still, her eyes locked on the crack. A piece of her wanted to pull it open further, to test the limits of her new ability. Another part of her, perhaps the rational part, the part that had gotten her this far, knew that it was too dangerous. The universe was already stretching at the seams, and she had no idea how to repair it. Lily, please, Trent said, his voice softer now, almost pleading. You have to stop. It's too much. It's affecting everything. Look at the lab. Lily didn't need to look. She could feel the pull of the rift in the back of her mind, and she knew instinctively that the more she used her power, the worse it would get. Spacetime wasn't something to be manipulated so carelessly. It was delicate, fragile. And now, it was fraying. She could fix it. She could. The question was whether she could control herself long enough to figure out how, but the temptation was there. The pull of power, of knowledge. She was standing on the edge of the abyss. If she could just push a little further, understand the rift, harness it. No, she whispered to herself. I can't. But even as she spoke the words, she felt the tug of the rift again, more insistent now. The crack was widening. She could feel it in her chest, in the pit of her stomach. The gravitational pull was growing stronger. It wasn't just the lab that was being affected now. The very fabric of reality around her was beginning to stretch, something inside her snapped. In a blur of motion, Lily reached out, her hand trembling. She pushed against the rift, trying to force it back. At first, there was resistance, a strange, intangible wall that she couldn't break through. But then, with a sudden surge of will, the wall crumbled. The rift sucked inward, collapsing into itself with a force that sent a shockwave through the lab. Lily stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest. For a brief moment, everything went silent, then, the crack reappeared, wider this time, more violent. "What the hell did you do?" Trent shouted. He was standing a few feet away, his hands pressed against his ears as though trying to block out the sound of the rift. I don't know." Lily gasped. She couldn't explain it. One moment, she'd tried to fix it, and the next, she'd only made it worse. "I thought I could stop it. I thought I could control it." But it wasn't just the lab that was shaking now. She could feel it, the ripple of disturbance spreading out beyond the building, beyond the city, beyond even the planet itself. She was connected to it. The rift wasn't just in her lab. It was everywhere. Her mind was racing as she tried to comprehend the full scope of what was happening. The black hole particle inside her was no longer just a strange anomaly, it was part of her. It had fused with her in ways she couldn't begin to understand, and now, it was warping everything around her. "We have to shut it down," Trent said, panic rising in his voice. Lily nodded, her mind already working, calculating. If she could just control the particle for a moment longer, she could stabilize the rift. She could reverse the damage, fix the tears in spacetime. It was possible. It had to be possible, but she wasn't sure how much longer she could hold it together. She turned to the control panel, hands flying over the keys, her fingers moving faster than she had ever moved before. She was beyond rational thought now. The black hole's energy was coursing through her, and everything else, the lab, the machines, her assistants, was irrelevant. All that mattered was stopping the damage before it spread any further, but just as she was about to initiate the shutdown sequence, something happened. The rift pulsed, sending a shockwave through her body. She screamed, feeling her skin tingle with raw, electric energy, and then, the worst thing possible occurred. The rift began to widen, pulling everything toward it. Lily's world snapped. Her body felt like it was being stretched into infinity. The walls of the lab faded, and all she could hear was the low, terrifying hum of the rift, louder now, almost deafening. Time slowed, distorted, as if she were slipping through the cracks of her own existence. She could see her assistants, their faces frozen in terror, their mouths moving but without sound. The universe itself seemed to pause, holding its breath. Lily reached out again, her hands trembling. She could feel it, the fracture in time itself, the unraveling of everything. The black hole particle was growing stronger inside her, and she was losing herself in it. But she didn't have a choice. The rift had to be stopped. The ground beneath her feet was gone. The walls of the lab dissolved into mist. And for a moment, she was suspended between two worlds, one foot in reality, the other in the abyss, but she was still there. Still fighting. Still human. She reached deep inside herself, digging for the part of her that was still in control, and then, she focused all of her will on the rift. Lily felt the entire universe stretching around her, as though it were being pulled apart by an invisible hand. The air was thick with an oppressive hum, and everything, every piece of reality, seemed to quiver under the pressure. Her body trembled as she fought to maintain her grip on her own mind. The black hole particle, that tiny sliver of the universe's most dangerous force, was inside her, and it was fighting for control. It wanted to consume everything. Her thoughts, her sense of time, her very being. The rift in spacetime was no longer a small crack in the air. It had grown into a massive tear, a gaping wound that seemed to swallow everything around it. Objects hovered around it, suspended in the gravitational pull, and the air felt thick and warped, like stepping into a dream where nothing made sense. Lily reached out again, her fingers shaking, as she tried to steady herself. The particle inside her surged, and she could feel her heart racing, the pressure building in her chest. It was as if her own heartbeat was syncing with the pulse of the rift, each thud amplifying the effect of the crack in spacetime. Her surroundings flickered in and out of focus. One moment, she was standing in the lab, the next, she was somewhere else, somewhere vast and empty, where the laws of physics no longer seemed to apply. She closed her eyes, trying to center herself, to find some sliver of control. The sensation of time stretching and snapping back was maddening. The rift was consuming her thoughts, unraveling them, pushing her further into the depths of the black hole's gravitational grip. "Focus," she whispered to herself. "You can do this. You have to do this." With every ounce of strength she had left, she reached inside herself. Her hands trembled as they hovered over the air, willing the rift to close, to mend itself, to stop spreading. But no matter how hard she tried, it didn't respond. The more she pushed against it, the more it pushed back. A sickening realization began to settle over her. She wasn't just struggling to control the rift anymore. She was becoming part of it. The black hole particle inside her was fusing with her, distorting her body and mind, tearing her apart and reassembling her in ways she couldn't understand. The gravitational pull wasn't just in the lab anymore, it was in her, warping everything she was, everything she had been. Her vision blurred. Time was slipping away. In one heartbeat, she was holding herself together. In the next, the lab around her was gone, replaced by something far darker, a swirling void, an infinite abyss that seemed to stretch out forever. She was floating in it, weightless, as if she had been cast out of reality itself, and then, she saw it. The black hole. The true black hole. Not the tiny one she had created, but the immense, all-consuming one that had always existed in the far reaches of space. She could feel its pull, its gravity, its hunger. It wasn't just a force of nature. It was alive. It was conscious. It was waiting. She gasped, a sharp breath that echoed through the void, and in that moment, she realized something terrifying. The black hole wasn't just pulling her in, it was calling to her. It wanted her to merge with it, to become a part of it, to abandon the mortal world and enter into its endless darkness. "Lily." Trent's voice broke through the haze, bringing her back to reality, whatever reality was now. She blinked, and suddenly, the lab was back, although it was harder to recognize. The rift had grown larger, far larger than she had expected. It stretched like a wound in the fabric of space, jagged and raw. The assistants were scattered across the room, their faces pale, their eyes wide with terror. She looked down at her hands. Her skin felt hot, vibrating with a strange energy. Her body seemed to pulse in time with the rift, as though her very existence was tethered to it. "Lily," Trent repeated, his voice laced with fear. "You need to stop this. You're tearing everything apart." Lily could feel the panic rising in him. He was right. She was tearing everything apart. The universe was splintering, and she was at the center of it all. The rift was growing with every heartbeat, and if she didn't stop it soon, it would consume the entire planet. It would consume everything. She shook her head, trying to clear the fog in her mind. The rift pulsed again, and the walls of the lab shuddered. Her stomach lurched. She had no more time. "I don't know how to fix this," she whispered, her voice trembling. But even as she said it, a thought flitted through her mind. A desperate, terrifying thought. She could absorb the rift. She could take its energy into herself and contain it. She had already merged with the black hole particle once. She could do it again. She could make herself the anchor for the rift, force it into submission, force it to close, but doing so would mean abandoning everything she knew. Her body, her mind, her life, all of it would be consumed by the black hole's power. She would become part of the rift, trapped in a timeless void beyond the reach of reality. she was no longer sure what was real anymore. But one thing was certain: if she didn't act, the entire universe would unravel. There was no other choice. "I'm sorry," she whispered to Trent, though she wasn't sure if he could hear her over the rumbling in the air. Her voice seemed distant, as though it were coming from far away. "This is the only way." Trent stepped forward, his face a mask of desperation. "No, Lily. Please. There has to be another way." But she didn't hear him anymore. The rift was calling to her, pulling her in with an irresistible force. Her vision swam, and her body felt light, as if she were floating on air. The pull was too great to resist. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and reached out once more. This time, she didn't just try to contain the rift. She embraced it. Her hands hovered over the tear in spacetime, and she let the black hole's energy flood into her, feeling it course through her like wildfire. Her body burned, her mind shattered into 1,000 pieces as she absorbed the rift's power. The pain was unbearable, but it was also exhilarating. It was as if she were becoming the universe itself, existing beyond time and space, a force of nature in her own right. The rift pulsed again, and this time, it began to close. The walls of the lab shuddered and cracked as the energy surged through her, but she held firm. She could feel the rift retracting, the fabric of space and time knitting itself back together. The world was stabilizing. The chaos was subsiding, but the cost was unimaginable. She could feel herself slipping away, her body and mind dissolving into the black hole's infinite pull. Her thoughts became fragmented, distant. Her sense of self was fading, replaced by the cold, empty void of the black hole. She was becoming nothing, just a ripple in the universe's fabric, a ghost trapped in a singularity. The last thing she heard was Trent's voice, faint and distant, calling her name, and then, there was nothing.